Chapter 6:25. It's here again, and this time. The sense of danger in Zhao Feng's soul became stronger than ever. There wasn't just one or two senses coming from the token of death. One of them made Zhao Feng's heart jump, and his soul felt like it was suffocating. Even the blue-robed king of the Golden Mountain sect sensed it, and his expression changed. Zhao Feng's heart shook. He could tell that the pursuers this time weren't normal death guards. Shua, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye returned to normal, and he couldn't help but take in a cold breath. In the distance, a dark, gray aura of death permeated the world, covering the sky and covering the sun. The heaven-earth yuan qi seemed to solidify in his sight, for death guard surrounded a tall figure of a king who was surrounded by flames like a demonic god from hell. An intent of death that reigned supreme over everything passed through several thousand miles and descended here. Target of death, you've indeed come to the sacred land. A cold and spacious voice that seemed to come from the 9 serenities of hell shook the soul. At that instant, the bodies of the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect on the Golden Dragon scaled ship shook, and their consciousness seemed to be devoured by darkness. Life seemed so small. The intent of death was still directed at Zhao Feng. Death Spirit Lord. Zhao Feng's body tensed up, and his scalp went numb as a burning aura of death spread across his body. The Emperor of Death had 4 Death Spirit Lords and 36 Death Guards. Among them, the cultivation of the 4 Death Spirit Lords had reached the Void God realm. Luckily, Zhao Feng's body and bloodline were extremely strong, and he had the protection of the god's spiritual eye. Therefore, he had it easier than the other sovereign lords. Humph! The expression of the blue-robed king was slightly ugly, and he seemed to be displeased. A surge of void god realm intent shot into the sky and clashed with the intent of death. Instantly, the 2 magnificent powers of the void god realm intertwined with one another. Instantly, the vast sky was filled with a dazzling blue light and a deathly still darkness. 2 completely different auras filled the air. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been split into 2, forming 2 unique domains. The golden scale dragon ship was protected by the dazzling blue heaven and earth territory that blocked the Death Spirit Lord's empty god power. Is this the might of a king? Many overlords on the golden scaled dragon scaled ship were shocked. The 2 mighty powers of kings each occupied a domain, covering the sky and covering the sun. Any one of them could kill a sovereign lord at the origin core realm. This realm, Zhao Feng's heart shook and his senses were suppressed. Only his god's spiritual eye could barely see the power of the 2 kings. The soul auras of the 2 kings merged with the vast universe under the control of the void god will. Their every move merged with heaven and earth, and their power was limitless, piercing through both the physical and soul dimensions. That kind of realm was beyond the shackles of life and the physical body. The soul would transform and leap, roaming the great void and stepping into the boundless universe. He had transcended from being a tiny life form to transcend into the universe. That's the ideal state of being one with the heavens. Heaven and earth are one, and one has truly surpassed the limits of the physical body. The skeletal division leader's heart trembled within the 10,000 ghost pearl. No one knew if it was out of fear or excitement. It had only heard about the void god realm from the patriarch of the Scarlet Moon religion. Even the patriarch of the Scarlet Moon religion was only a half-step king at his peak, and he had only touched the tip of the void god realm. Too strong. This isn't the power of a human. Even hundreds or thousands of origin core realms are ants in front of the magnificent power of a king. Zhao Feng also felt small. Boom, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from the sky above. Most of it came from the soul dimension, but it also entered the physical dimension. As expected of the Death Spirit Lord, the blue-robed monarch's body flickered. He was enveloped in an ethereal ball of light, and no one could see his expression clearly. However, with his god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng could see that the blue-robed king of the Golden Mountain sect was at a slight disadvantage. "I am one of the 4 death spirit lords under the Emperor of Death, the Black Hell King. I'm here to capture this bastard." In the distance, the flaming king didn't get close. The 2 king intents fought in the sky. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye could see the sweat on the blue-robed king's forehead and the fear on his face. On the other hand, the tall king who called himself Black Hell King was at ease. After a short exchange, the 2 kings started to communicate with each other. "I only used 60% of my strength just now. If you hand over the target of death, I'll give the Emperor of Death a favor." The Black Hell King said, "Humph, you want the Golden Mountain sect to submit to a mere subordinate of the Emperor of Death? How will we have the face to remain in the sacred land in the future?" The blue-robed king snickered. Outsiders couldn't hear the conversation between the 2 kings. However, Zhao Feng had a feeling that his fate was in someone else's hands. His life and death would be decided by the 2 kings. However, something unexpected happened. The blue-robed king didn't submit to the Death Spirit Lord. "Retreat first and return to the sacred land Spirit Mountain." The blue-robed king looked deeply at Zhao Feng and ordered the people of the Golden Mountain sect, "Go." White-bearded Old Li and the 3 half-step kings led the hundreds of people on the golden dragon-scaled ship towards the giant whirlpool of light. Among them was Zhao Feng. The blue-robed king stood proudly at the entrance of the whirlpool of light, covering everyone as they entered. The Black Hell King and the 4 death guards were a few thousand miles away and didn't dare to attack. The 2 kings' magnificent power lingered in the sky and didn't fight again. The entire process, the blue-robed king stared coldly at the Black Hell King and the 4 death guards. "Retreat." The Black Hell King was expressionless as he turned and flew away with the 4 death guards. "Lord, Death Spirit Lord, you're giving up just like that. With your strength, you should be able to suppress that king." A few death guards said in confusion, "This is the true martial sacred land, not our 1,000 forest sacred land. Moreover, a powerful sect that can enter the sacred land is not to be underestimated. It's not strange, even if they have an empty god, realm great emperor." The Black Hell King sighed. If they weren't near the entrance of the sacred land, he wouldn't have given up. At this moment, whoosh, a huge, black and cold metal ship flew across the sky. Lord Black Hell King. There were a few death guards on the ship. Among them, there was a warm youth and a little girl with white eyes. "Third Highness." The Black Hell King nodded and met up with the warm youth and the others. "What a pity. I didn't expect the death target to grow so fast." The warm youth said regretfully after knowing what had happened. If the Black Hell King had arrived earlier, it would have been easy to kill the death target. That death target has entered the true martial sacred land. If he is protected by a powerful sect in the sacred land, it will be troublesome. The Black Hell King said in a low voice, "In the sacred land of the spirit sacred land, even the Emperor of Death wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Hee, it's not like we don't have a way out. Master is related to the great elder of the 3-star, 1,000 darkness, holy sect in the true martial sacred land. When we find the great elder of the 1,000 darkness holy sect, we will try to kill that Zhao Feng. There will be plenty of chances." The warm youth smiled. The 1,000 darkness, holy sect. The few death guards were excited. The 1,000 darkness holy sect was a famous 3-star super sect in the Tsang Ocean. It was also a demonic sect. As an ancient void god realm emperor, the Emperor of Death had a good relationship with some of the experts of the sacred lands in the past. That's right. If we can borrow the power of the 1,000 darkness holy sect, it will be easy to suppress a 2-star pinnacle sect. A cold look appeared on the Black Hell King's blurry face. At the same time, whoosh, Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone on the golden-scaled dragon boat appeared in a circle of light on a tall platform. Whoosh! Zhao Feng let out a long breath and entered an unfamiliar space. Ah! Exclamations came from the crowd. Some of the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect, who appeared in a hurry, felt their bodies sink and couldn't stand steadily. In the sacred land, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi gave off an overwhelming pressure. This space is similar to the ancient dream realm. The pressure here is strong, and it repels auras from the outside. Zhao Feng stood motionless in his original spot. In this unfamiliar space, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi was pure and gave off a thick ancient aura. Zhao Feng and company were standing on top of a spiritual mountain that seemed to be made of jade. The sky above their heads was an azure blue, like a piece of illusory jade. Every flower, every blade of grass, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi, they all give off the aura of the ancient era. Some of the geniuses were excited, and only then were they able to stabilize themselves. Inside the sacred land, every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, every tree, every material structure, and the aura of heaven and earth were many times stronger than the outside world. Those who enter the sacred land for the first time sit down cross-legged and rest for an hour to get used to the environment here. The white-bearded oldly reminded. Hearing this, everyone sat down cross-legged. Those who entered the sacred land for the first time all felt the pressure of heaven and earth coming from the sacred land. Zhao Feng also sat down cross-legged. The environment of the sacred land surprised him. Even the worst place was better than the mysterious canyon in the Purple Saint ruins. The spiritual peak in front of him was 100 miles wide and was bathed in the ancient heaven, earth, Yuan Qi. Looking from afar, the enormous spiritual peak was enshrouded in a faint, dreamy glow, like a paradise that had been separated from the world. Of course, those who entered for the first time needed to get used to the pressure of the sacred land. However, Zhao Feng was an exception. Although the pressure here is strong, it's far from the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. He didn't feel any discomfort entering the sacred land. His body and soul had absorbed a large amount of aura from the ancient dream realm, which was even purer than the ancient aura here. Therefore, Zhao Feng was soon recognized by the aura of the sacred land, and the rejection from the space soon disappeared. His gaze started to look around again. This enormous spiritual mountain was like a fountain that constantly overflowed with vast and pure heaven-earth Yuan Qi. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi was in the form of mist. On the spiritual peak, in the faint, misty, dreamy glow, there were pavilions and palaces, interspersed with pavilions and gardens, small bridges and flowing water. It had an antique charm, like a fairyland in an ink painting. In the sky, flickering lights and passing shadows could be seen. Powerful auras would pass by from time to time. Many extinct ancient birds and beasts could be seen. Chapter 6, 26. This side spirit peak is where my Golden Mountain sect will be stationed in the Holy Land. Oldly stood next to Zhao Feng and introduced. The half-step kings of the Golden Mountain sect had faint arrogance in their words. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye scanned over the sacred land. The true martial sacred land has 3 main spiritual peaks and 33 side spiritual peaks. The side spiritual peaks are basically the elites of the 2-star sects. White-bearded elderly continued. As expected, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye saw the 33 side spiritual peaks outside the sacred land. These side spiritual peaks were scattered around the true martial sacred land. Each side spiritual peak was like a spring that radiated a large amount of pure heaven, earth, Yuan Qi. It was to the extent that every single spiritual peak was enveloped in a hazy mist, and it was hazy yet didn't lose its magnificence. Each side spiritual peak has a peak 2-star sect. An environment here far surpasses the mysterious canyon in the Purple Saint ruins. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. Furthermore, these were just the side, spiritual peaks. At the center of the sacred land were three main spiritual peaks that pierced through the clouds. The three main spiritual peaks were surrounded by the many side spiritual peaks, as if they were stars surrounding the moon. From afar, the three main spiritual peaks were like giant pillars that supported heaven and earth, and they gave off a feeling of being on the same level as heaven and earth. In his vision, the three main spiritual peaks gave off a powerful aura that even void god realm kings wouldn't dare go against. The main spiritual peaks are more than 10 times bigger than the side spiritual peaks. Only 3-star sects have the right to enter. Everyone's gazes looked toward the blurry outline of the three main spiritual peaks. The main spiritual peak was at the center of the sacred land. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye saw the thick heaven-earth yuan qi that was even purer than the side spiritual peaks. Could it be? Each of these spiritual peaks is the source of the heaven and earth spring. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. According to the observations of the god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng's guess wasn't wrong. Both the main spirit peak and the side spirit peaks had high-quality heaven and earth spring mouths beneath them, which produced endless heaven and earth yuan qi at every moment. Furthermore, the entire true martial sacred land was the center of the heaven and earth spring of the void ocean. That was why the spirit domain sea around the Holy Land was so turbulent, and the sects in the true martial island zone were far stronger than the other island zones. The main spiritual peak in the middle. One of the experts from the clan who had an eye bloodline noticed something was wrong. In the center of the sacred ground, three main spiritual mountains stood side by side. There didn't seem to be any sect stationed in the middle of the main spiritual peak. The main spirit peak in the middle looks like an abandoned mountain peak, and the heaven and earth spring isn't as abundant as the other two main spirit peaks. Zhao Feng's god spiritual I saw more clearly. The main spiritual peak in the middle was uninhabited and looked like an abandoned ruin. That's the myriad ancient sacred peak. It's an ownerless place, a great origin core realm, sovereign, lord side. The small number of experts that had come to the sacred land looked toward the main spiritual peak with complicated gazes, but they all contain deep respect. Myriad ancient sacred peak. Hearing these words, the geniuses all felt that this peak wasn't simple. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a superpower that was about to become a 4-star sect on the myriad ancient sacred peak. White-bearded, old Li said with respect and reverence, "A 4-star superpower?" Everyone's heart shook. I didn't think that the myriad ancient sacred peak would be the ruins of a superpower that was about to become a 4-star sect. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye saw that the peak was blocked by a mysterious power. It didn't make sense that the myriad ancient sacred peak still existed, but there wasn't a sect stationed there. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye scanned over the sacred land before taking back his gaze. The situation in the sacred land isn't as peaceful as you think. Newcomers, don't go 500 miles away from the main sect. The one-armed, half-step void god realm warned. Zhao Feng understood. There were only 33 spiritual mountains in the true martial sacred land. There were many 2-star sects in the island zones, and there were 100 to 200 of them in the true martial island zone alone. Furthermore, the 3-star and 2-star sects of the sacred land definitely had a relationship with each other. Apart from the spiritual mountains, there were also large areas within the sacred land, such as forests, rivers, deserts, etc. Of course, there's something more important. There are 2 3-star sects in the sacred land, the True Mystic Sacred Clan and the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan. Don't offend them. White-bearded oldly added. When the 2 3-star sects were mentioned, the expressions of the 3 void god realm kings became solemn, and fear appeared in their eyes. 3-star sects, the True Mystic Sacred Clan and the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan. The rookies present all bore it in mind. Since ancient times, the difference between each star was like the difference between clouds and mud. Even if it was only half a star, there was a huge difference. Zhao Feng. A cold voice sounded from the soul dimension. In the next instant, the magnificent power of a void god realm king appeared in heaven and earth, causing the consciousness of everyone present to freeze. Zhao Feng raised his head. A ball of blue light floated in the sky, and one could faintly see the figure of a king in blue robes. "Greetings, king." Zhao Feng immediately bowed. Ordinary experts would be overwhelmed by the favor of being singled out by a king, or they would tremble in fear. The king in blue robes glanced at him and said, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible, magnificent power pulled Zhao Feng's body into the air. Shua! Zhao Feng's body was pulled to the blue-robed king's side by the magnificent power. He couldn't resist at all. Zhao Feng was stunned. What kind of strength was a void god realm king? Normal origin core realms wouldn't even be able to think or fight back against the magnificent power of a king. Shua! Shua! The king in blue robes figure flashed once again. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng was taken to a quiet garden. The king in blue robes stood with his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. Just as Zhao Feng was feeling puzzled, Shua, the white-bearded old, flew through the air and uneasily arrived at the garden to greet the Grand Elder. Zhao Feng realized something. The true martial sacred land's pressure was extremely high. Half-step void god realm's flying speed was greatly restricted. Conservatively speaking, normal true spirit realms weren't able to fly in the true martial sacred land. The two of you need to give me an explanation for what happened today. The king in blue robes spoke with his back facing the two. Zhao Feng and the white-bearded old Li looked at each other, and the latter had a bitter expression. If it weren't for the pursuit of death, things wouldn't have become so complicated. The cause. With the help of the eternally sealed palace lord, Zhao Feng had entered the true martial sacred land with the Golden Mountain sect's guest token. This in itself was an act of abusing power for personal gain. If it weren't for the pursuit of death, old Li, who was a half-step void god realm, would have been able to protect him. Void god realm kings were high up and didn't have the time to care about such things. Grand Elder, I have to start from the eternally sealed palace, Lord. Old Li didn't dare to hide anything. Under the void god realm intent, he didn't dare to lie. When the eternally sealed palace lord was mentioned, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. The eternally sealed palace lord helping him was indeed risky. Soon, he told the king everything about how Zhao Feng contacted the Golden Mountain sect and how he managed to enter the true martial sacred land. I'm not interested in that. I just need to confirm the truth of one thing. The blue-robed king turned around for the first time, and his gaze landed on Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng also saw the blue-robed king's silhouette. It was a scholarly male with an extraordinary aura. Do you really have some sort of relationship with Duanmu Qing? The blue-robed king's eyes twinkled. This junior was asked by an ancestor. Zhao Feng could only explain. He repeated what he had said to the eternally sealed palace lord. Sure, I'll believe you for now. The blue-robed king didn't doubt him. He didn't believe that an outsider would take such a huge risk to sneak into the true martial sacred land. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that Zhao Feng wanted to sneak into the true martial sacred land to avoid the pursuit of death. Help Zhao Feng settle down first. I'll try to contact Emperor Duanmu. The blue-robed king waved his hand. Zhao Feng and old Li immediately left the garden as if they had been pardoned. Right now, the most important thing was to confirm the identity of this Duanmu Qing. If this Duanmu Qing isn't the Duanmu Qing that Senior Purple Saint mentioned, Zhao Feng couldn't calm himself down. The two of them left the garden. Shua, shua, Schwa. In the garden, several illusory balls of light suddenly appeared. The silhouettes were indistinct. There were men and women, some old and some young. This Zhao Feng's bloodline aura isn't simple. Even if he doesn't have the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, he's not far from it. One of the old voices said, "Humph, even if he has the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, it'll be hard for him to land in our Golden Mountain sect. The most important thing right now is to confirm the relationship between this brat and Duanmu Qing. Although our sect has an emperor in the sacred land, no force isn't wary of the Emperor of Death apart from the 3-star sections. However, apart from the 3-star sects, no force isn't afraid of the Emperor of Death. Hee, no matter what, we won't lose out. Hee, whether it is or not, we won't lose out. Hee, no matter what, we won't lose out. If this Zhao Feng does indeed have a relationship with Duanmu Qing, we can give him a favor and form a relationship with the mystic, true, sacred clan, which will help our position in the sacred land. If he doesn't have any relationship with Duanmu Qing, we can give him to the subordinates of the Emperor of Death and obtain a favor from a peak emperor." Hearing this, the balls of light of several kings all agreed. However, Duanmu Qing is in seclusion, and it's hard for normal kings to meet him. A woman's voice rang out. "Don't worry. The demigod Forgotten Garden that opens once every 500 years is about to open soon. No matter how busy Duanmu Qing is, he won't ignore it." The old voice said, "Demigod Forgotten Garden? TSK, has our sect's disciple been chosen? This is a great opportunity that only comes once every 500 years. Holy Land Side Spirit Peak." Zhao Feng was settled in a guest room. In the short term, Zhao Feng stayed at the Golden Mountain Sect's Spirit Peak as a guest. Duanmu Qing, Senior Violet Saint, recommended him. "I hope there's no mistake." Zhao Feng took a deep breath. He had a premonition that Duanmu Qing would be someone who would affect his life, just like when he met his first master, Lord Guanjuan. If it wasn't for Lord Guanjuan, Zhao Feng wouldn't have come into contact with the clan so early. Pop, pop! A purple token that looked like ripples of water appeared in his palm. Chapter 6:27 Golden Mountain Sect, Side Spiritual Peak. Zhao Feng took out the purple saint token once again. "I've arrived at the true martial sacred land. The most important thing right now is to contact Duanmu Qing." Zhao Feng's spiritual sense entered the purple saint token. He tried to use the purple saint token to send a message to the purple saint ruins. If he could contact the purple saint partial spirit on the other end, maybe there would be a shortcut to meet Duanmu Qing. Although the Golden Mountain sect was trying to contact Duanmu Qing, Zhao Feng wasn't going to put all his hopes in someone else's hands. However, after a long time, there was no response from the other end of the purple saint token. Maybe the purple saint ruins was too far away from here. Or maybe the spiritual sacred land itself was a separate dimension, and it was hard to send a message out. Half a day later, Zhao Feng tried to send a message a few more times, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Zhao Feng gave a long sigh and shook his head. He wasn't surprised that the message couldn't be sent. His attempts were futile. Zhao Feng silently put away the purple saint token. At the same time, in the middle of the sacred ground, on a main spiritual peak that pierced through the clouds, there was a quiet and fragrant secret room. That aura just now. A stalwart man with hair as white as snow appeared. His figure was blurry as he stood amidst a radiance that resembled a blue lotus. He seemed otherworldly. The green lotus slowly retracted. The stalwart man with snow-white hair revealed a trace of nostalgia as he muttered, "Could it be an illusion?" Immediately after, an ancient divine sense swept across the entire true martial sacred land and even reached outside of the sacred land. In that instant, the hearts of the experts in the sacred land shook. Even the void god realm kings of the strong forces felt uneasy. Which emperor's divine sense is this? There aren't many emperors in the sacred land with such a powerful divine sense. The ancient divine sense caused the upper echelons of the sacred land to shake. It's him. Only a small number of emperor realm existences knew about the existence of that divine sense, and they were moved. The ancient and disdainful divine sense swept across the Holy Land and lingered for a while on the 5 or 6 side peaks in the area. Golden Mountain Sect's side spiritual peak. Some of the kings and half-step kings, including the Blue Robe King, felt uneasy, because the great emperor's divine sense had lingered here for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Feng had just walked out of the guest room to relax and understand the environment of the Holy Land. Little friend Zhao, white-bearded elderly, stood by the side politely. Zhao Feng couldn't help but have a weird expression. He was only a minor origin core realm, but the Golden Mountain Sect had sent a half-step king to accompany him. Little friend, please don't be offended. This is an order from above. Elderly looked slightly bitter. Before he figured out the truth, Zhao Feng couldn't leave the side spiritual peak of the Gold Mountain Sect easily. After all, the senior members of the Golden Mountain Sect were still a little wary of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, did not take it to heart. Having old Li, a half-step king, accompany him for a stroll would be much smoother. Along the way, white-bearded old Li took Zhao Feng to various places in the Gold Mountain Sect's side spirit peaks for sightseeing. It's elderly. There's also Zhao Feng. 2 voices sounded from a building up ahead. Zhao Feng looked over. There were some youths sitting near the building. They weren't very old, and they seemed to be the younger generation of the Golden Mountain Sect. The person who spoke was a beauty in white, and there was also a skinny man. Zhao Feng obviously knew the beauty in white and the skinny man. Back in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, Zhao Feng had sparred with the outer geniuses of the Golden Mountain Sect. When they saw Zhao Feng, the white-robed beauty was overjoyed. "Greetings, elder." The disciple saluted the white-bearded elder Li. "Little friend Zhao is a guest of the Golden Mountain Sect. Yin Yuan, you geniuses of the same generation can interact with each other." Elder Li smiled and said. He purposely pointed out a youth with sharp eyebrows. The young man with sword-like eyebrows looked to be in his 30s. His cultivation aura overwhelmed the surrounding disciples, making him stand out like a crane among chickens. Great origin, core realm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but glance at the youth called Yin Yuan. If he wasn't wrong, this Yin Yuan was the senior brother Yin that the beauty in white and the head disciple of the Golden Mountain Sect had mentioned. "Elder, don't worry. I'll treat you well." Yin Yuan was rather polite to elderly. With Elder Li's help, Zhao Feng introduced himself to Yin Yuan and the other geniuses of the Golden Mountain Sect. Most of these geniuses were core disciples of the Golden Mountain Sect. The beauty in white and the skinny man had just entered the sacred land, so their status was relatively low. Therefore, the beauty in white and the skinny man were closer to Zhao Feng. "Hee, you youngsters should interact with each other. I'll leave for a bit." Elder Li smiled faintly and left first. Before leaving, Elder Li messaged Yin Yuan with his divine sense and gave him some hints. "Elder, you're saying that we can't offend this Zhao Feng and that it's best if we can form a good relationship with him?" Yin Yuan couldn't help but inspect Zhao Feng. Being the only head disciple of the clan to reach the great origin core realm, Yin Yuan's eyes were obviously different. If it wasn't for Elder Li's reminder, he wouldn't even pay attention to Zhao Feng. However, Yin Yuan was slightly puzzled after inspecting Zhao Feng. In his eyes, Zhao Feng was indeed a rare genius. His cultivation and bloodline aura both surpassed the middle stages of the small origin core realm. But even then, there was no need to form a good relationship with him. Yin Yuan was the #1 genius of the Golden Mountain Sect, and he was a peak genius even in the sacred land. Zhao Feng's strength is extremely strong. We've already experienced it before entering the sacred land. The lean man lamented in the crowd. Apart from senior brother Ian, we've never seen such a strong genius. The beauty in white also praised from the bottom of her heart. Just now, Zhao Feng had single-handedly killed the two of them. At that time, Zhao Feng was the same as them, an early-stage, small origin core realm cultivator. The two's praise came from the bottom of their hearts, but the people nearby were slightly unhappy when they heard it. How can this brat be mentioned on the same level as senior brother Ian? Apart from Yin Yuan, the Golden Mountain sect had several other super geniuses who had reached the late stage or peak small origin core realm. These super geniuses snickered coldly in their hearts. Senior brother Ian smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Seeing that the others didn't believe them, the beauty in white and the skinny man felt embarrassed. Next, Zhao Feng followed senior brother Ian and the other geniuses around the Golden Mountain sect and chatted with them. Senior brother Ian probably just broke through to the great origin core realm not too long ago. Zhao Feng casually said, Senior brother Ian was slightly surprised. This Zhao Feng had just entered the Golden Mountain sect. How did he know that he had just broken through to the great origin core realm? One had to know that he had been consolidating his foundation and concealing his aura over the past half a month. Normally, those with lower cultivations wouldn't be able to see through those with higher cultivations. Senior brother Ian broke through to the great origin core realm 2 months ago. Everyone in the Golden Mountain sect knows about it. A late-stage small origin core realm brown-haired male replied emotionlessly. The brown-haired male wasn't happy that a middle-stage small origin core realm like Zhao Feng was treated so well by an elder and a head disciple. He had missed out on some details. Zhao Feng had just arrived at the Golden Mountain sect, so he didn't know anything about senior brother Ian. Senior brother Ian started to think, but he paid attention in his heart. If Zhao Feng could tell that he had just broken through to the great origin core realm from just one look, then this guest really wasn't simple. You don't know, but Zhao Feng fought with a terrifying existence comparable to a half-step king on the golden dragon-scaled ship and was able to escape unscathed. The eyes of the beauty in white sparkled as she described what happened on the golden dragon-scaled ship. In reality, the beauty in white didn't really see the battle between the death guards on the golden dragon-scaled ship. They thought that the 3 half-step kings were responsible for the victory, and that Zhao Feng was only there to stall them. After all, it was the 3 half-step kings who were responsible for killing him. Ha ha ha. Fighting with a half-step king at the small origin core realm? Why does it sound like one of those legends that has never been investigated? The brown-haired male and company couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, even if a small origin core realm cultivator could only last a few breaths against a half-step king, it would still be shocking and would only exist in legends. Senior brother Ian couldn't help but smile. The words of these 2 people were simply too ridiculous and exaggerated. Maybe the beauty in white just wanted to raise Zhao Feng's status and solidify it. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask elderly. The beauty in white was angry and wronged. What she said was the truth. But not only did these people not believe her, they even had mocking expressions. If elderly was present, he would definitely be able to testify. However, elderly wanted to give the younger generation a chance to talk, so he wasn't present. No one would ask elderly to testify for such a small matter. I, Zhao, appreciate your good intentions. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, was calm as he looked at the girl in white and the skinny man with a comforting gaze. After a while, soon, someone in the crowd suggested to have a spar. And the demigod Forgotten Garden that only opens once every 500 years is about to open. The Golden Mountain sect only has 5 spots, and apparently the competition in the demigod Forgotten Garden is extremely intense. Senior brother Ian nodded his head and said he had just broken through to the great origin core realm, and the demigod Forgotten Garden only opened once every 500 years. He was obviously in high spirits and wanted to shock the world. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses in the sacred ground. Even senior brother Ian was fearful of some of them. If one wanted to obtain anything in the demigod Forgotten Garden, just the strength of others wasn't enough. That's right. Let's spar and learn from each other. This will help us work together after we enter the demigod Forgotten Garden. Of course, while we spar, we can't forget about our guests. The brown-haired, late-stage, small origin core realm had a playful expression as his gaze landed on Zhao Feng's face. Due to the beauty in white and the skinny males bragging about Zhao Feng, the core disciples of the Golden Mountain sect all wanted to see through their lies. Demigod Forgotten Garden? Interest appeared on Zhao Feng's face. He didn't put his provocation to heart. They could understand it literally. God was the heavenly divine realm, the highest realm in the fan universe. Demigods were usually peak mystic light realms that had half a foot into the realm of gods. Even the Purple Knight Sacred Lord at her peak didn't have the right to be called a demigod. Chapter 6:28. Towards Zhao Feng's questions, Yin Yuan answered all of them. The demigod Forgotten Garden is a secret realm left behind by an expert from a superpower that was about to become a 4-star superpower several tens of thousands of years ago. Apparently, that expert was only one step away from becoming a god, but he died to the god tribulation. Yin Yuan had a look of respect. 4-star superpowers and the heavenly divine realm were extremely far away from the experts and prodigies of the world. These were all stories that could only be found in the ancient records of myths and legends. There was no sign of a 4-star superpower in the Tsang Ocean or the 3 spiritual sacred lands, let alone the heavenly divine realm. A 4-star superpower, could it be? Zhao Feng's gaze turned toward the main spiritual peak at the center of the sacred land, the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. That's right. Yin Yuan said with praise, the demigod Forgotten Garden is on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. On top of that, there are many inheritances and secret realms on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. Some of them are even from the ancient era or even the ancient era. Everyone's gaze turned toward the 10,000 ancient sacred peak with respect and expectation. Zhao Feng understood the meaning of the 10,000 ancient sacred peak with Yin Yuan's explanation. The true martial sacred land had many powerful 2-star and 3-star forces since the ancient era. There were even some void god realm emperors and mystic light realm sacred lords. However, not every almighty would be able to find a suitable successor before they died. As time went by, some peerless experts left behind inheritances or their life savings on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak, waiting for the fated one. The inheritances left behind on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak are all at the void god realm or higher. Even the most ancient and mysterious heaven's legacy inheritance has a branch inheritance here. Everyone was filled with respect when the 10,000 ancient sacred peak was mentioned. Zhao Feng was filled with respect. The 10,000 ancient sacred peak had such a special meaning. It had witnessed the prodigies of many generations and passed down their legends and power. The demigod Forgotten Garden is on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. It's one of the top ruins and contains the inheritance and treasures of the demigod. Yin Yuan sighed. The demigod Forgotten Garden only opened once every 500 years. The entire Golden Mountain sect only had a total of 5 spots, and Yin Yuan was the first of them. The discussion about the demigod Forgotten Garden was over. Next, the true core disciples of the Golden Mountain sect began sparring in an open space in the practice field. Soon, the 2 Golden Mountain sect disciples began sparring. Zhao Feng watched with interest. This martial arts practice field only had a radius of 1,000 feet, but with the support of a special space formation, it had a radius of 10 miles. Moreover, in the Holy Land, the level of space was high, and the pressure of heaven and earth was great. Normal true spirit realm area of effect techniques could only cover a few hundred yards. To put it simply, all kinds of power Upanishads would be suppressed. One was at the middle stage small origin core realm, while the other was at the late stage small origin core realm. The late stage small origin core realm genius was the brown-haired youth from before. Chaos Heaven opening palm. The brown-haired youth's palm was slow, but it was as heavy as a mountain. Circles of five-colored light could be seen with the naked eye, and it forcefully pushed all the intent away. Even Zhao Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the intent within the palm. As expected of a major force that has entered a sacred land, the geniuses here have strong bloodlines and battle techniques. They can easily crush those of the same cultivation in the outside world. Zhao Feng nodded his head. If it was before he reached the origin core realm, it probably wouldn't be easy for him to beat this brown-haired youth. At the very least, the skeletal division leader's chances of winning against the brown-haired youth were small. Bam! A loud explosion resounded in the drill ground as a turbid, five-colored palm light sent another true inheritor flying like an ancient five-fingered mountain. Senior Martial Brother One, the power of your Chaos Heaven opening palm has reached the great origin core realm. I'm ashamed. The true disciple who was defeated had a bitter expression on his face. The brown-haired youth's cultivation, bloodline, skills, and techniques could all rival those at the small origin core realm. After winning, the brown-haired youth smiled and looked at Zhao Feng. I'm not talented, but I'm ranked in the top 20 of the Golden Mountain sect. Please give me some pointers. His tone was extremely polite and humble. Top 20? Some of the core disciples present had weird expressions. Senior Martial Brother One is really humble. That brat was bragged about just then. Could it be that he can't even beat a disciple ranked in the top 20 of the Golden Mountain sect? All the disciples were waiting to see a good show. The white-robed beauty and the lean man looked a little nervous, and their hearts were perturbed. After all, the two of them had greatly praised Zhao Feng's strength earlier. Zhao Feng, you have to beat him. The white-robed beauty clenched her fists with anticipation. In her heart, she admired and worshipped Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng shook his head and smiled as he entered the martial arts field and signaled the white-robed beauty and skinny man. Brother Wan, you're too humble. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to rank in the top 5 of the Golden Mountain sect. Zhao Feng stood still and smiled faintly. Hearing that, the brown-haired youth's heart shook. Obviously, Zhao Feng's eyes were very accurate, and he was able to determine the ranking of the brown-haired youth through observation. Take my palm first. The brown-haired young man didn't think too much. He raised his hand, and a powerful, five-colored palm light shot out like a five-fingered mountain. Under the pressure of the palm, Zhao Feng's body became heavy. In the outside world, no one under the great origin core realm would be able to make him feel this way. Purple destruction, wind lightning. Zhao Feng stood still and waved his hand, sending out a wave of purple lightning that clashed with the brown-haired youth's five-colored palm. Crack! The mixed origin palm that was as heavy as a mountain collapsed under the attack of the purple destruction wind lightning. On top of that, wisps of purple light shot upward and forced the brown-haired youth to retreat. My Chaos Yuan palm. The brown-haired youth's face was filled with shock as he retreated. Zhao Feng didn't even use any battle skills. Instead, he thrust out his hand of true Yuan. The condensed wind lightning had the power to destroy everything. Chaos Yuan splitting mountain, ninth heaven. The brown-haired youth yelled as he pushed his Jun Yuan battle technique to the peak. Layer after layer of primeval immemorial palm lights, accompanied by turbid five-colored lights, were like 9 primeval immemorial mountains, majestic and boundless. This attack was powerful enough to attack a great origin core realm. Break! Zhao Feng softly chuckled as he punched. A fist of violet wind dragons pierced through the air, piercing through the brown-haired youth's 9-layer chaos origin palm in the simplest and most dominating way. Boom! Crack! Purple lightning swept through the palm, accompanied by a scream from the brown-haired youth. So strong! The expressions of the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect changed dramatically. Bam! The brown-haired youth's charred body was sent flying out of the martial arts field. Thanks for letting me win. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised at all. If he had used his full strength, the brown-haired youth would have been turned to dust. What a shocking intent of wind lightning! The power of his true yuan is actually comparable to a great origin core realm. Even senior martial brother Yin had a solemn expression. Zhao Feng's easy victory made the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect put away their mockery and wariness. Humph! I already said that Zhao Feng's strength is comparable to some of the peak geniuses of the sacred land. The beauty in white and the disciple in black let out a breath. Let me try. A thick-browed youth jumped out from the crowd. His cultivation was close to the peak small origin core realm. This core disciple's ranking was even higher than the brown-haired youth's. However, in front of Zhao Feng, he had only managed to last one move. Boom! The devastating purple lightning wind dragon fist shadow directly shattered the thick-browed youth's Holy Land combat technique. Bam! The thick-browed youth's body was sent flying even faster. Instantly, the geniuses present all took in cold breaths. Senior martial brother Yin's expression changed dramatically. Immediately afterward, another peak small origin core realm, the second-ranked core disciple of the Golden Mountain sect, stepped forward. Break! Zhao Feng sent his opponent flying with the same attack. The power of his fists had reached the level of a great origin core realm, and they were extremely fast. Those below the great origin core realm obviously couldn't fight back. When Zhao Feng defeated the second-ranked core disciple in the intangible soul dimension, a few wisps of obscure divine consciousnesses hovered in the sky. This Zhao Feng isn't simple, one of the void god realm kings said. From the looks of it, he can fight against the head disciple, Yin Yuan. At this moment in time, a few kings of the Golden Mountain sect were paying attention to the battle below. The white-bearded Old Li was also hiding nearby. Who knows what Zhao Feng's true strength is? Old Li thought back to what happened on the golden dragon-scaled ship. Back then, Zhao Feng had played a crucial role in defeating the 3 death guards. Right at this moment, head disciple senior martial brother Yin and Zhao Feng started to fight within the martial arts field. Rumble! Boom! Boom! The two forces clashed within the martial arts field. They were at the great origin core realm. Zhao Feng wasn't as relaxed as before, and he moved around the martial arts field. He's still the head disciple of a sacred land after all. Zhao Feng circulated his true yuan and even used part of his bloodline power to fight against Yin Yuan. Although Yin Yuan had just reached the great origin core realm not long ago, his true strength was comparable to middle-stage great origin core realms in the outside world. Senior martial brother Yin can't lose to that brat. Outside the martial arts field, the disciples of the Golden Mountain sect broke out in cold sweat. Once senior martial brother Yin lost, the Golden Mountain sect would lose too much face. After the battle, Zhao Feng suddenly exited the battlefield and smiled while clasping his hands. Looks like this battle can only end in a draw. Senior martial brother Yin let out a breath and gave Zhao Feng a deep glance. Instinct told him that Zhao Feng was having an easy time in the battle, as if he was giving himself some leeway. In the air, the divine senses of several void god realm kings went silent for a while. If this Zhao Feng uses his full strength, Yin Yuan won't be able to last more than 10 moves. 10 moves? Maybe 3 moves. The void god realm kings stood at an unimaginable level. If the geniuses of the Golden Mountain sect especially senior Marshal Brother Ian, knew what these kings were saying. Who knew what they would think? Humph. I already said that Zhao Feng's strength is comparable to senior Marshal Brother Ian. The girl in white said with a proud tone, "In this battle," Zhao Feng's identity as an outsider genius shook the Golden Mountain sect. The divine senses of the kings moved around in the air. If this brat joins the Golden Mountain sect and enters the demigod Forgotten Garden, he'll probably be a dark horse. That's probably not realistic. That's right. Duanmu Qing seems to have come out of seclusion. Is there any news from him? Chapter 6:29. Just as the divine senses of the kings were communicating with each other, whoosh, whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air came from outside the side spirit peak of the Golden Mountain sect. Who's there? This is the Golden Mountain sect's territory. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed. On the side spiritual peak, a few patrolling law enforcement enforcers shouted. However, he didn't hear those few air-tearing sounds. Humph, just a 2-star sect. Aren't they afraid of biting their tongues? Among them, a male in a faint black ball of light radiated the power of a king of the demonic Tao. King of the demonic Tao. The enforcers of the Golden Mountain sect felt as if their bodies and consciousness had been locked down, and they found it hard to breathe. Wang, the outline of a black-scaled male, slowly appeared in the black ball of light. The black-scaled male had a scarlet-black face, and his entire body was covered in a layer of black scales. Elder of the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan, Tu Wanli. Old Li's expression changed dramatically when his gaze landed on the king of the demonic Tao. This king wasn't just infamous, he also came from a 3-star sect of the Sacred Land, the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan. Back off. A blue light flashed in the sky, and the figure of the blue-robed king appeared. The enforcers of the Golden Mountain sect retreated as if they had been pardoned. Only kings could deal with kings, and this was an elder of the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan. Hee. Elder Tu has come to our sect personally. What can I do for you? The blue-robed king didn't dare to be rude and smiled. 3-star sects of the Sacred Lands were definitely super sects and unrivaled overlords. For a long time, 2-star sects of the Sacred Lands relied on 3-star sects or teamed up with 10 2-star sects in order to have the right to speak. At this moment in time, the scene in the sky also alerted Xiao Feng and company. The mighty power of a king of the demonic Tao surged forward unbridledly. The entire Golden Mountain sect was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Xiao Feng couldn't help but look into the distance. There were a few familiar figures next to the king of the demonic Tao, Tu Wanli. Death guards! Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed dramatically. There were a total of 4 death guards, a sunny youth and a white-eyed little girl. Is your Gold Mountain sect harboring a thief named Zhao Feng? Tu Wanli said casually. He sneered cruelly as his divine sense swept across the entire side spirit peak. Zhao Feng? The blue-robed monarch was startled, and his expression became slightly ugly. This elder of the Thousand Darkness Sacred Sect had brazenly come to the Golden Mountain sect to denounce them. This was too much. Hee. According to the news, the thief named Zhao Feng has entered the territory of your Gold Mountain sect. Tu Wanli saw the expression on the blue-robed king's face. Meanwhile, the warm young man and the 4 death guards flew into the sky and started to scan with their spiritual senses or divine senses. There, I found it. One of the death guards let out a low cry as he fixed his gaze on a group of geniuses near the martial arts field. You're Zhao Feng? The sunny young man smiled warmly like a long-lost friend. The 4 death guards had gloating expressions as they stared at Zhao Feng. Take him down. Tu Wanli laughed and gave the order. The warm young man and the 4 death guards didn't hesitate and leapt toward Zhao Feng. Stop! A strong surge of magnificent power descended from the sky and caused the figures of the warm young man and the 4 death guards to freeze. The person who had attacked was the blue-robed king. What? The Gold Mountain sect is going to stop the Thousand Darkness sacred sect from capturing someone? Tu Wanli's expression became grim. Zhao Feng is a guest of the Gold Mountain sect. Even if the Thousand Darkness sacred sect is here to capture him, they need to give a proper explanation. The blue-robed king had an unhappy expression, but he cursed in his heart. There were several kings watching the Gold Mountain sect from behind the scenes, so they weren't afraid of Tu Wanli. However, Tu Wanli's actions could represent the Thousand Darkness sacred sect. Furthermore, Tu Wanli's identity wasn't simple. His master was an ancient emperor, and his status in the Thousand Darkness sacred sect was extremely high. Explanation: I'm here to capture Zhao Feng on behalf of my master, the Scarlet Demon Emperor. Tu Wanli snickered coldly as a scarlet-black token appeared in his palm. Wang, an ancient demonic emperor in tent, appeared from the scarlet-black token, and it caused one's soul to shake. At that instant, the hearts of some of the kings of the Gold Mountain sect shook. The Void God realm was split into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stages. Only those at the peak stage of the Void God realm, whose soul had reached the peak stage, could give birth to an emperor. Emperors were at the peak of the Void God realm. Their souls were almost immortal, and they were almost indestructible. Therefore, the lifespan of emperors was extremely long, and they could reach more than 10,000 years. It's the intent of the Scarlet Demon Emperor. No wonder Tu Wanli is so confident. The blue-robed king took in a cold breath. The Scarlet Demon Emperor was famous even among the emperors of the sacred lands. Even the emperor of the Gold Mountain sect that cultivated for a long time wasn't a match for the Scarlet Demon Emperor. Kings and emperors were forbidden forces in 2-star and 3-star sections. A powerful Void God Realm Great Emperor could annihilate a 2-star sect, such as the Emperor of Death. When Tu Wanli took out the token of the Scarlet Demon Emperor, the kings of the Gold Mountain sect couldn't help but sigh. Under this situation, the Gold Mountain sect wouldn't be able to protect Zhao Feng anymore. Zhao Feng, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Even if you hide in the sacred land, no one will be able to protect you, even if we pressure the 2-star sects through the 3-star sections. The warm youth and the 4 death guards revealed victorious smiles. At this moment, the magnificent power of the Void God Realm Kings disappeared. Zhao Feng stood alone without any protection. The Emperor of Death does have some power to be able to affect a 3-star power of the true martial sacred land. Zhao Feng snickered coldly. He stood where he was, the corners of his mouth curling up in a mocking smile. The warm youth and the 4 death guards felt that something wasn't right. At this moment, Zhao Feng had no protection and no path of retreat. How could he still be so calm in this situation? Wang, a purple token in Zhao Feng's palm, started to tremble. The smile on Zhao Feng's face became brighter. Not long ago, the purple saint token that had been silent for a long time suddenly sensed something. Furthermore, the direction of the aura didn't come from the purple saint ruins, but from the center of the sacred land. The warm youth and the 4 death guards felt that something was wrong. However, they still leapt toward Zhao Feng in a frenzy. You're the subordinates of the Emperor of Death? A voice that felt like a spring breeze was right before one's eyes, yet it seemed to be far away, giving one a sense of contradiction. In the next instant, an ancient divine sense that looked down on the world descended from the sky. The power of a void god at the level of a martial emperor made the space around tremble. Wah! The 4 death guards all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Emperor, The warm youth's figure flashed as he suppressed his boiling blood and stabilized his soul. That divine sense, could it be? Tu Wanli's body shook as he exclaimed, "Wang, the magnificent power of an emperor gathered in the sky, and the heaven-earth," Yuan Qi roared. The silhouette of a stalwart man with white hair that was more than 1,000 feet tall was surrounded by a huge green lotus light. He looked like a heavenly deity. Void God projection. It's just a virtual God's projection, but it contains such a powerful force. The hearts of the kings of the Golden Mountain sect shook. "Greetings, Emperor." The demonic Tao King, Tu Wanli, lowered his head in front of the 100-yard-tall, white-haired male. His face was bright red, and his breathing was heavy. Plop, plop. The 4 death guards couldn't handle the pressure and knelt on the ground. Only the warm youth barely held on. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the Emperor projection and said in a trembling voice, "You know my master?" "Emperor of Death? We've met a few times. I didn't think that he would have such an outstanding disciple like you," the 100-yard-tall, void God projection said. At this moment, the true martial sacred land broke out into chaos. Many divine senses scanned toward the side spiritual mountains of the Golden Mountain sect. "It's Duanmu Qing's void God projection. I haven't seen Emperor Duanmu take action in the past 1,000 years. I didn't expect his strength to have reached such a level." Some kings and emperors in the true martial sacred land were shocked. This included Tu Wanli's master, the Scarlet Demon Emperor. Looking at the power contained in this void God projection, Duanmu Qing's strength is unparalleled among emperors. The Scarlet Demon Emperor had a solemn expression. He watched silently and didn't make a move. At the same time, the Scarlet Demon Emperor didn't understand why Duanmu Qing would interfere in this matter. Right at this moment, on the side spiritual mountain, Zhao Feng finally spoke. "Greetings, Senior Duanmu. I've come to the sacred land with intent of Senior Purple Saint." Zhao Feng held the Purple Saint token and bowed toward the void God projection in the sky. Senior Purple Saint, which expert was he? There were many divine senses on the side spiritual mountain of the Golden Mountain sect. The kings of the Golden Mountain sect, the Scarlet Demon Emperor, Tu Wanli, and the other kings and emperors all murmured this name. Purple Saint? Could it be? The heart of an old king in the Golden Mountain sect shook. Purple Knight, Sacred Lord. A few ancient emperors from the true martial sacred land exclaimed. It must be the Purple Knight, Sacred Lord. In terms of seniority, not many people in the true martial sacred land are comparable to her. If I remember correctly, the Purple Knight Sacred Lord is Duanmu Qing's aunt. She comes from a legendary family in the Lord dynasty far away. Some of the more experienced people recalled some of the past. In the sky, the figure of the white-haired male couldn't help but reveal a sad expression. "Come with me." The figure of the male waved his hand. Shua. Zhao Feng's body was like a piece of paper that disappeared from the side spiritual mountain with the figure of the male. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng and the Emperor's void God projection were nowhere to be seen. Who, the experts and divine senses near the entrance of the Golden Mountain sect, finally let out a breath after a long time. On the spot, Tu Wanli still had a lingering fear in his heart, and his expression was uncertain. On the other hand, the expressions of the warm youth and the 4 death guards were extremely ugly. No one would have thought that Zhao Feng would be related to a peak emperor of the sacred land. What was even more unbelievable was that there was a mystic light realm sacred lord behind Zhao Feng. Even if a mystic light realm sacred lord was dead, his influence would still be immeasurable. Zhao Feng, your background is even stronger than I imagined. It wasn't a waste for the eternally sealed palace Lord Nai to help you enter the sacred land. The white-bearded oldly let out a long breath. Chapter 630. At the center of the sacred land, the 3 main spiritual mountains were like pillars piercing through the clouds. emitting a boundless aura of the heavens and earth. The main spirit peak in the center, the ruins, was the ancient sacred peak. On the left and right of the 10,000 ancient sacred peak were two main spiritual peaks occupied by 3-star superpowers. The main spiritual peak on the left was the territory of the Mystic True Sacred Clan. Mystic True Sacred Clan on the main spiritual peak. In a tranquil, fragrant, and spotless library, Zhao Feng was filled with respect and uneasiness as he looked at the white-haired male in front of him. He was Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing had snow-white hair, and his eyes were like the stars. His appearance could be said to be perfect. His skin was white, and his face was like marble. Furthermore, this emperor had a warm aura, and his every action made others feel as if they were bathing in the spring wind. All in all, this was a legendary great emperor who looked perfect and approachable. You're Zhao Feng? Don't worry. Even the Emperor of Death won't be able to harm you in the true martial sacred land. Duan Muqing inspected Zhao Feng with a warm smile. Zhao Feng's emotions started to calm down. Earlier, Duan Muqing had used his emperor projection to intimidate the kings and force the death guards to kneel. The impact of that power on Zhao Feng wasn't small. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng regained his calm and could sense the urgency in the depths of Duan Muqing's eyes. It wasn't hard to imagine. Duan Muqing was desperate to know about the Purple Knight Sacred Lord. However, Duan Muqing was extremely elegant and didn't rush Zhao Feng. Instead, he calmed Zhao Feng's emotions. Next, without needing Duan Muqing to ask, Zhao Feng took out the Purple Saint token and started to talk about the Purple Saint ruins. The first time he entered the Purple Saint ruins, and the second time. Zhao Feng also mentioned that he had once defended the Purple Saint ruins. Of course, the main point was that Zhao Yufei had been chosen as the successor of the Purple Knight Saint Lord and the current situation of the Purple Saint ruins. When he heard about the dangers the Purple Saint ruins was facing, Duan Muqing found it hard to hide the worry in his heart. I didn't expect Aunt Violet Knight to have a hidden secret realm in the world. Furthermore, 10,000 years after its death, it will receive a descendant of the 10,000 ancient races. Emperor Duanmu sighed. After figuring out the relationship between Zhao Feng and the Purple Knight Holy Master, Duan Muqing's gaze became much warmer. It was as if he was looking at a junior. Zhao Feng, how did you offend the Emperor of Death? This emperor has the eyes of death, and no one under the mystic light realm dares to say that they can beat him. A solemn expression appeared on Duan Muqing's face. No monarch or martial emperor wouldn't be fearful of the Emperor of Death. Zhao Feng briefly explained his encounter with Grandmaster Yin Kong. He had killed Grandmaster Yin Kong, and the latter had activated a token of death before he died. This was why Zhao Feng was hunted by the pursuit of death. However, Zhao Feng didn't mention anything about the God Eye. The gods, I only increased the Emperor of Death's determination to get Zhao Feng. So that's how it is. You activated the pursuit of death when you were protecting the Purple Saint ruins. Admiration and gratitude appeared on Duan Muqing's face. Ever since they met, Zhao Feng's emotions quickly calmed down. His calmness wasn't something a normal genius could do. Duan Muqing didn't see that Zhao Feng had the 9th god's eye. After all, Duan Muqing wasn't a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes. Although he had seen that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was different, he wouldn't have connected it to the god eyes. The Emperor of Death was already so strong, and the ancestor of the god eyes was the only one in the universe. Even emperors were extremely far away from them. An hour later, Duan Muqing asked about the cause and effect, as well as some of the details. Zhao Feng, you've just entered the sacred land. If you want to establish yourself here, you need an identity. Duan Muqing paused for a moment as love appeared in his eyes. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that Emperor Duan Muqing wanted to settle Zhao Feng down and give him an identity. For ordinary people, wanting to enter a holy land or even establish a foothold in a 3-star sect was an unattainable fantasy. However, it was just a question of one sentence for Duan Muqing. What identity would Duan Muqing give him? Zhao Feng started to guess in his heart. How about this? I'll take you in as a core disciple, and you'll be able to establish yourself in the mystic true sacred clan. Duan Muqing smiled and said, Core disciple? Zhao Feng's eyes bulged out. He didn't expect this result. Being taken in as a core disciple by an emperor was definitely a turning point in one's life. What, you're not willing? Duan Muqing smiled. This disciple is willing. Zhao Feng immediately performed the proper bow of a disciple. Ever since he started cultivating, Zhao Feng had 2 teachers. The previous 2 teachers had played a huge role in pushing his life forward. Zhao Feng, I'm taking you in as a disciple not only because of Aunt Violet Knight, but also because I'm confident in my own judgment. As Duan Muqing smiled faintly, there was a trace of wisdom in his star-like eyes. With his cultivation at the Void God Realm, how could he not see through Zhao Feng's body, bloodline, and potential? Simply put, Zhao Feng had the right to be his disciple. If it was a normal genius, Duan Muqing wouldn't take him in as a core disciple even with the Purple Knight Sacred Lord's relationship. He would at most be an in-name disciple. Zhao Feng, you can stay here for now. I'll be holding a disciple ceremony in a few days. Duan Muqing said. Disciple ceremony? Zhao Feng paused for a moment. An emperor-level expert holding a ceremony to take in a disciple was obviously very eye-catching. However, this didn't seem like Duan Muqing's style. Duan Muqing didn't give him the feeling of being arrogant. He was very calm and low-key. I'll be going to the Tianlu Islands in a few days. Before that, your identity must be made known to the public. Duan Muqing explained. When Zhao Feng heard this, he understood. Duan Muqing was being so high-profile because he wanted Zhao Feng to quickly integrate into the mystic true sacred sect. Most importantly, he wanted to protect Zhao Feng. If others knew that Zhao Feng was Duan Muqing's disciple, they would be wary of him. 3 days later, Duan Muqing held a disciple acceptance ceremony in his residence. This disciple ceremony wasn't purposely publicized. It was targeted at the upper echelons of the sect and some core disciples. However, on the day of the ceremony, many sovereign martial emperors came to participate. As for the other half-step kings and supremacies, there were countless of them. During the ceremony, Zhao Feng became Duan Muqing's disciple. This matter shook the mystic true sacred clan and spread to the other 2 sacred sects and the other 2 sacred sects. During the disciple ceremony, Zhao Feng also met the upper echelon kings of the Golden Mountain sect. The Blue Robe King was very friendly to Zhao Feng like he was his elder. Little friend Zhao, congratulations. White-bearded elder Li's face was filled with relief. Zhao Feng only talked to the white-bearded old Li and told him to send the news to the eternally sealed palace lord. The eternally sealed palace lord was very useful in being able to enter the sacred land. Of course. Old Li nodded solemnly. He knew Zhao Feng's true strength. Under Emperor Duanmu's guidance, Zhao Feng would definitely become stronger. During the ceremony, Zhao Feng also met some core disciples of the Mystic True Sacred Sect. In the 3-star Mystic True Sacred Sect, most core disciples were disciples of emperors. In the Mystic True Sacred Sect, there were at least 7 or 8 emperors. Among them, Great Emperor Duanmu's seniority was extremely high. It's him. 2 of the core disciples stared at Zhao Feng with their mouths open. One of them was a short-haired youth, while the other was a tall and skinny youth. Junior martial brother Jiang, what's wrong? Do you know this Zhao Feng? One of the core disciples said with surprise. The short-haired youth and the tall and skinny youth looked at each other with shock in their eyes. So, these 2 were Jiang Fan and Qin Yilin, who had appeared at the Void Ocean Arena. Zhao Feng seemed to sense them and saw them. Jiang Fan and Qin Yilin left a deep impression on Zhao Feng. This was especially so for Jiang Fan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. The strength he displayed back at the Void Ocean Arena was terrifying. At that time, Zhao Feng was only at the half-step Origin Core realm. He probably wouldn't even be able to take one move from Jiang Fan. At this moment in time, Jiang Fan and Qin Yilin were shocked. It's only been a year, but his cultivation has already caught up to mine, and he's even a disciple of an emperor. Jiang Fan couldn't accept this. In the past year, he had only reached the middle stage of the Origin Core realm after a lot of hard work. In terms of status, he was a core disciple of a 3-star sect. And all of this, it was as if Zhao Feng had only used a ceremony to reach the same level as Jiang Fan. Senior martial brothers. Zhao Feng walked over with a smile and greeted Jiang Fan and Qin Yilin. Jiang Fan and Qin Yilin had unnatural smiles on their faces as they replied to Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng's current status was only on the same level as the two of them, but a year ago, the two of them didn't have high hopes for Zhao Feng and thought that there wouldn't be any interaction between them in the future. Therefore, when Zhao Feng made a request, the two of them rejected it. Emperor Gu Luo, your disciple with the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, seems to know Zhao Feng. Emperor Duanmu smiled as he conversed with an elder in ancient robes. Emperor Gu Luo was Jiang Fan's master. This Zhao Feng's bloodline isn't much different from normal bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. What's more, even I can't see through his eye bloodline. Emperor Gu Luo praised. Normal people couldn't even reach the level of an emperor. Every emperor present congratulated Emperor Duanmu when they saw Zhao Feng. Jiang Fan, the potential of this Zhao Feng's bloodline isn't any weaker than yours. You need to interact with him more in the future. Emperor Gu Luo's voice sounded in Jiang Fan's mind. Disciple understands. Jiang Fan's heart felt like it had broken, and he didn't know what to feel. From what his master said, it seemed like he wanted him to form a good relationship with Zhao Feng. Firstly, Emperor Duanmu's status and strength were slightly higher than his master's. Secondly, in his master's eyes, Zhao Feng's future potential wouldn't be any weaker than his own. Jiang Fan didn't dare doubt any of this. Secondly, he didn't know what fortune Zhao Feng had to catch up to him in just a year. Chapter 631. During the disciples' ceremony, Duanmu Qing took back his gaze and started to talk with the emperors present. Elders, I still have something to discuss with all of you during the disciple acceptance ceremony. Duanmu Qing suddenly spoke. The martial monarchs exchanged glances with one another. Some of them seemed to be deep in thought. Emperor Duanmu, is this related to the demigod Forgotten Garden? Emperor Gu Luo stroked his beard and smiled. That's right. Duanmu Qing nodded his head. The spots for the demigod Forgotten Garden have been decided. In principle, the spots won't change. Hearing this, the emperors present all understood Duanmu Qing's intentions. He wanted to get a spot for his disciple in the demigod Forgotten Garden. If it was before the spots were decided, it wouldn't be hard with Duanmu Qing's strength and status. However, the problem was, the spots for the demigod Forgotten Garden had been decided. The spots for the demigod Forgotten Garden are decided internally and publicly. The publicly won spots are announced to the public, so it's hard to interfere with. The only way to change the spots is to replace them. Emperor Gu Luo said deeply. The mystic true sacred clan had a total of 50 spots for the demigod Forgotten Garden. Compared to the peak 2-star Golden Mountain sect, this was already 10 times the gap. However, being a 3-star superpower, the mystic true sacred clan had as many geniuses as there were stars in the sky. They even had bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. There were at least a few dozen emperors and kings here. Every monarch and great emperor would have a few disciples. Therefore, the competition for the 50 spots was extremely intense. There are 10 spots that have been decided internally. How about this? Emperor Guluo soon thought of an idea. The emperors discussed with their divine senses and soon came to a decision. That's the only way. Emperor Duanmu sighed lightly. The spots that had been decided internally were all geniuses with some background. If they wanted to replace one of them, they would definitely offend some people. However, the demigod Forgotten Garden that only appeared once every 500 years was extremely rare. Emperor Duanmu rarely took in disciples. Now that he finally found a genius with a peak bloodline who was related to Ant Purple Knight, he obviously had to help him. Time passed by. The disciple ceremony slowly came to an end. Zhao Feng met many core disciples of the mystic true sacred clan during the ceremony. Head disciple Nan Gongsheng didn't come. Nan Gongsheng has been cultivating the secret techniques of the sacred land. Half a year ago, he reached the half-step king level. Some of the true disciples discussed in low voices. The Nan Gongsheng everyone was talking about was the #1 genius of the mystic true sacred clan. At the same time, he was also one of the top geniuses in the sacred ground. When mentioning Nan Gongsheng, even Jiang Fan, who had a bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, revealed respect. If my cultivation can reach the great origin core realm, I'll be able to fight against half-step void god realms. Jiang Fan clenched his fists. His bloodline talent was one of the best in the mystic true sacred clan. But what could he do? He was only in his 20s and couldn't compare to some of the young geniuses in their 30s. Junior Marshall Brother Jiang, don't be discouraged. In the entire sacred land, there were only 2 10,000 ancient races bloodlines. Your true opponent in the future should be Meng, she of the 1,000 Darkness Saint sect. Chun Yilin reached out and patted his shoulder. In fact, Jiang Fan's 10,000 ancient races bloodline had already surpassed some great origin core realm sovereign lords. There's still 3 months until the demigod Forgotten Garden. I'll definitely become one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land, like Senior Marshall Brotherchin. Battle intent appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes, and the 10,000 ancient races bloodline in his body seemed to ignite under his will. Jiang Fan had received quite a bit of stimulation from today's disciple ceremony. This was all because of the pressure from Zhao Feng. The change in Jiang Fan's body didn't escape Emperor Gu Luo's eyes. Emperor Gu Luo nodded his head. Jiang Fan had a 10,000 ancient races bloodline, so he didn't put much effort into his cultivation. Fan, I'll personally teach you cultivation for the next 3 months. Emperor Gu Luo's divine sense voice suddenly sounded. Thank you, Master. Jiang Fan's heart was filled with excitement. His goal was to become one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Only with this kind of strength would he be able to carve out a path for himself in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Emperor Gu Luo's eyes glanced at Emperor Duanmu and thought that his disciple had a legendary bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. No matter what, he couldn't lose to Emperor Duanmu's disciple. Half a day later, the disciple ceremony ended. From now on, Zhao Feng was officially Duanmu Qing's core disciple and a member of a 3-star superpower. Zhao Feng understood Duanmu Qing's intentions. Zhao Feng, if everything goes as expected, you'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the demigod Forgotten Garden. But at the same time, you need to be prepared to be challenged. Duanmu Qing spoke before leaving. Demigod Forgotten Garden? Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Zhao Feng had talked to some core disciples during the disciple ceremony. He knew that the spots to enter the demigod Forgotten Garden had already been decided. He didn't expect Duanmu Qing to get a spot for him. Thank you, Master. Zhao Feng was grateful. Duanmu Qing definitely had to pay a price to get this spot for him, because there wasn't just 1 or 2 emperors in a 3-star superpower, and there were dozens of kings as well. Furthermore, there were mystic light realm sacred lords above emperors. Back at his residence, Zhao Feng sat down cross-legged and found it hard to calm down. Ever since he met Duan Muqing, his life and status had undergone an earth-shattering change. Zhao Feng's gaze turned toward the courtyard outside. The hazy moonlight made the courtyard seem like it was covered in a layer of silver. For some reason, although he was in a 3-star superpower, his thoughts floated toward the azure flower continent. In his mind, the calm and elegant female that was like a goddess from a painting appeared once again. True martial sacred land. Demigod forgotten garden. I must grasp this chance. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes to cultivate. After arriving at the true martial sacred land, he had basically completed half of his journey. In the morning of the second day, Zhao Feng, come out. I want to see who you are to take my spot as soon as you enter the sacred clan. A voice full of resentment came from outside the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, some of the experts and geniuses of the mystic true sacred clan stood there and watched. The owner of the voice was a youth with messy hair. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was twisted. Junior Martial Brothers Wahong, your spot was taken by Zhao Feng? This is rare even in the true martial sacred land. Some of the disciples in the crowd felt sympathetic. In terms of background, Zhuahong's master was a void god realm king with a lot of experience and was an elder with real power. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't even 30 years old, but he had reached the late stage, small origin core realm. Amidst the chatter, a blue-haired youth walked out from the courtyard. Zhao Feng, you're finally out. Outside, the disciples of the various sects were filled with indignation. You're shameless to steal a spot just because you're a core disciple of an emperor. Most of the people sympathized with the weak side. After all, the spot originally belonged to Zhuahong. I don't dare to go against the decision of the upper echelon. However, I just want to see if this junior martial brother, Zhao, has the right to take my spot. Zhuahong snickered coldly. What he did today was what his master told him to do. Emperor Duanmu's strength and experience were something that not many people in the clan could be compared to. This was especially so when the emperor projection descended that day, which raised Emperor Duanmu's fame to a whole new level. However, fighting in the open wasn't possible, but fighting in the dark and scheming was possible. If Zhuahong was able to defeat Zhao Feng, then it would be hard for Emperor Duanmu to obtain a spot for his disciple. Even in a 3-star sect, strength was everything. The sect would not waste a precious quota on an incompetent person, as long as he defeated Zhao Feng. At that time, Zhuahong's master could ask other emperors to settle this matter. Maybe this matter could be brought to the attention of the Grand Supreme Elder who had been living in seclusion. All he needed was a plan. Zhuahong, he only needed a coincidence point. Now, in front of everyone, he issued a challenge to Zhao Feng. This was the first step. Fine, I accept your challenge. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate at all. Yesterday, his master, Duan Muqing, had warned him. A person who could be respected as a great emperor must have extraordinary wisdom and foresight. A while later, several hundred people had gathered near an ancient arena in the mystic true sacred clan. They had all come to watch. There were also many core disciples present. Senior Martial Brother Chen and Senior Martial Brother Nand are both here. Some of the true inheritors in the crowd looked at the two figures in the crowd. Chun Yilin and the other Senior Brother Nan stared expressionlessly at the two figures on the dueling platform. Both of their cultivations had reached the late-stage Great Origin Core Realm. Senior Martial Brother Chen and Senior Martial Brother Nan are both part of the top 10 geniuses of the Sacred Land. Apparently, they've both challenged half-step Void God realms before. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. At this moment in time, within the arena, Zhao Feng and Zhuahong floated above a mountain. The arena of the mystic true sacred clan was extremely profound. It was like a small dimension that could simulate all sorts of environments, such as mountains, rivers, and forests. This battle was also highly anticipated. There were at least a dozen void, god, realm divine senses in the air, and there were even emperors. Humph. Everything has been prepared. As long as Zhuohong wins, I'll ask the Grand Elder to judge this. The divine sense of one of the void god realm kings gazed down coldly. Senior Marshal Brother Zhuohong, there's no point in just fighting. Zhao Feng said calmly. What do you mean? Zhuohong paused. Let's make a bet. If you win, I'll give you the spot. Zhao Feng said. Are you serious? If you lose, you'll give me the spot? Zhuohong was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be so simple. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, it'll be your win. But if you lose, do you want to say something? Zhao Feng said slowly. 10 moves? Zhuohong paused, and the crowd broke out into discussion. Ha ha ha. 10 moves? Brat named Zhao, you're too arrogant. It looks like you don't know that the core disciples of 3-star sects all have the strength to challenge those stronger than them. Hearing that, Zhuohong laughed instead of getting angry. Although he was only at the late-stage small origin core realm, he had defeated great origin core realm sovereign lords before. Chapter 632. On the arena of the sacred land, the disciples and experts of the sects were dumbfounded. 10 moves? This Zhao Feng dares to be so arrogant? This brat just became a core disciple of the sacred clan, and Zhuohong's cultivation is one rank higher than his. None of the several hundred spectators had high hopes for Zhao Feng. After all, Zhuohong was an old core disciple, and he was better than Zhao Feng in every aspect. Furthermore, that brat was arrogant enough to make a bet of 10 moves. What, you don't dare? Zhao Feng smiled faintly. The reason he made the bet was to prove that he had the strength to replace one of the predetermined spots. This way, no one would say anything, and it wouldn't affect the reputation of his master. Why wouldn't I dare? If I lose, I'll apologize to you in person, and I'll stay away from you in the future. Zhuohong laughed as victory was within his grasp. He was overjoyed, and he looked at Zhao Feng as if he was looking at an idiot. Don't underestimate your opponent. Zhao Feng's mental energy and bloodline aura aren't normal. Since he's so confident, he most likely has something to rely on. The divine sense of a king appeared in Zhuohong's mind. The owner of the voice was Zhuohong's master. Disciple understands. Zhuohong's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped underestimating Zhao Feng. His master was a void god realm king after all, and he could accurately estimate his opponent's strength. Begin. A half-step void god realm was the judge on the arena. No matter how strong Zhao Feng is, there's no way I can't even last 10 moves. Zhuohong's figure flickered as he used a technique from the sacred land. Soaring Cloud Swan. In the next instant, a giant azure and silver figure condensed in the sky like a giant pung. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhuohong's figure merged into the silver and azure pung figure, and sharp wings that were almost 100 yards long crushed toward Zhao Feng. What a profound technique! Zhao Feng was under a huge shadow. His heart was cold and his skin was aching. Without using his eye bloodline, it was difficult for him to locate Zhuohong's true body. Purple lightning wind ring. Zhao Feng let out a soft shout, and under the cover of the sharp shadow wings, he activated the purple destruction tempest. Bo! Bo bo! Zhao Feng was surrounded by a dazzling stream of purple lightning. Frighteningly dazzling, purple rings of destruction emitted an aura of destruction that soared into the sky in waves. With the naked eye, rings of purple lightning grew larger and larger as they flew towards the silvery and azure punk silhouettes in the sky. Boom! Crackle! Two sharp and domineering forces collided, and a destructive aura wreaked havoc. Kacha! Soon, a crack appeared on the silver and azure rock shadow in the sky under the impact of the waves. As soon as they clashed, the victor was decided. Purple Destruction Tempest? It's actually the inheritance of the Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor. The divine senses of some kings in the air were slightly surprised. The experts of the true martial sacred land were all knowledgeable, and they soon recognized Zhao Feng's inheritance. Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor? In the past, he was a legendary existence, even among Void God realm emperors. The 10,000 Lightning sect also has the inheritance of the Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor, but it's not the best inheritance. The divine senses of the kings started to discuss. Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor? A martial monarch's divine sense passed by with a sigh. Some of the ancient emperors of the true martial sacred land might have interacted with the Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor before. Back then, the Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor had once cultivated in the 10,000 Lightning Great Emperor. At this moment, the Wind, Thunder, Great Emperor's Purple Destruction Tempest suppressed the ancient inheritance technique of another sacred land. A brat from the outside world actually has the inheritance of a legendary emperor? Zhuahong gritted his teeth in the air. Flying Prung Flash. Zhuahong suddenly circulated his bloodline power, and the outline of the giant Pung in the sky became even more solid. Lightning flashed, and dark clouds blew. Shua! In the next instant, the giant Pung flashed across heaven and earth. It was as if a legendary bird could be seen with the naked eye, and it released an ancient pressure as it screeched through heaven and earth. Zhao Feng felt a strong pressure, and his blood froze. He didn't expect Zhuahong's bloodline technique to be so strong. Its battle power was comparable to a great origin core realm sovereign lord. Wind, lightning, 100 shadows. Zhao Feng roared as a ball of purple lightning appeared around his body. Shua! 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 In the blink of an eye, the ball of purple lightning split into two and transformed into two purple lightning wind silhouettes. The two figures of purple lightning then quickly split into two. 2, 4, 8, 16. In the blink of an eye, dozens of purple lightning wind shadows were spread out in an area with a radius of 1 kilometer. Shoo! The shocking attack of the rock's passing shadow shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the lightning clones. However, Zhao Feng's true body was nowhere to be seen. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. All of the figures could attack for a short period of time. Shua! 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 The figures of purple lightning charged towards Zhuahong's, flying Pung Flash one after another. Zhuahong was enraged, and his body was covered in lightning. Outside the arena, most of the geniuses of the sacred land were stunned. Blade of Purple Destruction. A dark purple blade of light that was as thin as a cicada's wing suddenly condensed in the hand of one of the figures of purple lightning. An ancient aura of destruction appeared on the surface of the blade. Crack! The blade of violet destruction was dazzling to the extreme, and it expanded explosively to over 30 meters. Wind and thunder rumbled as an aura of destruction poured down, and it slashed the rock's flitting shadow into two. Arg! Zhuahong, who had merged into the flying Pung Flash, harumphed. Shua! A dark red mark could be seen on his body as the power of destruction entered his body. Even with his powerful bloodline, the wound and the injuries in his body wouldn't be able to heal in a short amount of time. This was the unique property of the intent of destruction, and it had a strong resistance against healing. Not good. Zhao Feng's offense, speed, and inheritance are all stronger than Hong Er's. The divine sense of a king couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Feng's blade of purple destruction destroyed Zhuahong's bloodline technique and injured the latter. However, Zhao Feng's attack wasn't over yet. Wings of wind and lightning. The purple destruction wings of wind and lightning extended from Zhao Feng's back, and his intent of wind and lightning made him seem like an ancient demon surrounded by wind and lightning. Boom! A terrifying and suffocating purple destruction wind lightning shook the entire dueling stage. Lightning and astral winds filled the sky and interweaved like a storm, emitting an ancient aura of destruction. Break! As Zhao Feng attacked, his speed, offense, and intent of wind and lightning rose to a whole new level. He thrust out his palm, and it was as if he could see a purple destruction wind, lightning dragon roaring in the wind. So strong! The spectators outside the arena felt their hearts and bloodlines tremble as they gazed at the blue-haired figure that was like a devil of wind and lightning. No! Zhuahong circulated his bloodline power to the maximum, and the wings around him started to crumble. He was sent flying off the arena by the unstoppable purple destruction wind lightning dragon. Plop! When Zhuahong landed on the ground, his entire body was scorched black. He wanted to move, but his body was numb, and most of his life force had been destroyed. He couldn't move at all. Senior martial brother Zhuo. A few true disciples helped Zhuahong up in shock. Thank you. Zhao Feng walked off the arena under the wary gazes of the spectators. He did indeed win within 10 moves. The half-step Void God Realm judge looked at Zhao Feng weirdly. At the last moment, with the support of the wings of wind and lightning, Zhao Feng's battle power could easily break through the barrier of cultivation and threaten sovereign lords at or above the middle stages of the Great Origin Core Realm. Such battle power made most geniuses from the sacred land pale in comparison. This strength is passable, the expressionless senior brother, Nan said from the crowd. For someone who was one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land, such strength wasn't surprising. One had to know, many of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land could challenge normal half-step void god realms. On the other hand, Qin Yilin was surprised. He was also one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. However, Qin Yilin had seen Zhao Feng a year ago. At that time, Zhao Feng was only at the half-step origin core realm, and he might not even be able to block one attack from Jiang Fan. Luckily, Jiang Fan isn't here. The strength that Zhao Feng just displayed is already on par with junior martial brother Jiang. Qin Yilin murmured. Jiang Fan had gone to cultivate with his master, Emperor Gu Luo, after Duanmu Qing's disciple ceremony. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng, you did well. Come to Master's place. Emperor Duanmu's voice sounded. It was obvious that Emperor Duanmu was paying attention to this battle as well. The other kings couldn't help but sigh. Emperor Duanmu's disciple had such shocking strength right after entering the sacred land. A while later, Master, what can I do for you? Zhao Feng arrived at Duanmu Qing's palace. Zhao Feng, your strength can be ranked in the top 5 or 6 of the mystic true sacred clan's core disciples. However, there's still a gap between you and the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. It's still not enough if you want to gain much from the demigod Forgotten Garden. Duanmu Qing said. Zhao Feng didn't object. He had used 60 to 70% of his purple destruction wind lightning's full power in the battle just now. If a core disciple at the small origin core realm already had such strength, then the great origin core realm geniuses and the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land would be even more immeasurable. I'll give you these 3 things before I leave. They might be of use to you. A wooden box appeared in Duanmu Qing's hand. Zhao Feng took the wooden box and opened it. There were 2 books and a jade bottle inside. Within the jade bottle was a thumb-sized crystal pill. It was oval-shaped and gave off a pure aura that made Zhao Feng feel pressured. This is a crystal pill that can help those at the peak of the small origin core realm break through to the great origin core realm. Your cultivation isn't enough to use this pill, but I found that your core has started to crystallize. However, I have discovered that the core within your body has already begun to crystallize. If you use this pill in advance, perhaps it will have a good effect. Duanmu Qing said with a smile. Crystal pill. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel excited. He had heard of the value of this pill. It was priceless even in the Void Ocean spiritual palace. Next, His gaze was fixed on the two ancient books. One of the books had 4 words written on it. Dark Eye Secret Book. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised. What did this have to do with the Dark Eye Incomplete page that he had obtained back then? I got this Dark Eye Secret technique from the Emperor of Death. It's related to his core Dark Eye technique. Chapter 633. I got this Dark Eye Secret technique from the Emperor of Death, and it's related to his core Dark Eye Forbidden technique. Hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel disbelief. Duanmu Qing actually had the Emperor of Death's secret technique? That sounded incredible. Of course, emperors had their own circles, so it wasn't strange for them to trade with each other. The Emperor of Death and Duanmu Qing were both ancient emperors, and their cultivation was close. This was a trade a long time ago, and I paid a huge price for it. However, this Dark Eye Secret technique isn't very useful to me. I only traded it back then because I was interested in the Dark Eye of Death. Duanmu Qing sighed. The lifespan of emperors was extremely long, and they could live for tens of thousands of years. With such a long lifespan, these emperors would comprehend all sorts of forbidden techniques in order to gain inspiration. Master, what's the relationship between this Dark Eye Secret technique and the Dark Eye of Death? Zhao Feng thought about the Dark Eye Incomplete page that he had obtained. Because the Dark Eye Incomplete page was incomplete, it only provided some eye bloodline theories for Zhao Feng. Legend: the Dark Eye Incomplete page had a total of 9 incomplete pages, and when all 9 were combined, one could cultivate the ultimate Dark Eye of Death. Perhaps only the Emperor of Death was able to cultivate the true Dark Eye of Death in the Tsang Ocean. On the other hand, the Dark Eye Secret technique is an incomplete version of the Dark Eye of Death, and it doesn't have much to do with offensive techniques. However, it has a more complete description of eye bloodline techniques related to the soul and death. Duanmu Qing answered. Hearing that, Zhao Feng let out a breath. Thinking about it, it was impossible for the Emperor of Death to give away the true Dark Eye of Death. However, the Dark Eye Secret technique contains many of the Emperor of Death's forbidden techniques, and it's not limited to the Dark Eye of Death. Duanmu Qing looked at Zhao Feng with a solemn expression. Zhao Feng felt grateful in his heart. He understood Duanmu Qing's intentions. Now that Zhao Feng was facing the pursuit of death, they would meet sooner or later. Duanmu Qing gave the Dark Eye Secret technique to Zhao Feng because he wanted him to understand the Emperor of Death's Dark Eye Secret technique. He wanted Zhao Feng to comprehend it and find a way to deal with the Emperor of Death. Zhao Feng quietly put away the Dark Eye Manual. Next, his gaze landed on the last ancient book. If this item was placed at the bottom of the wooden box, its value might not be any lower than the Dark Eye Secret technique. 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique? Zhao Feng picked up the last ancient manual. A nostalgic look appeared on Duanmu Qing's face as he looked at the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. This is the secret manual of my Duanmu clan. It's a supreme secret manual for cultivating the soul. This divine art might have reached the heaven grade, but it's slightly incomplete. Duanmu Qing's voice was hoarse. Zhao Feng felt something weird. The Duanmu clan and the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique seemed to have touched the depths of Duanmu Qing's heart. My God Spiritual Eye specializes in the Tao of the soul. Zhao Feng was very confident. He instinctively flipped open the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique and sent his divine sense into it. Wang, a mysterious surge of mental energy, suddenly led Zhao Feng into a vast mental energy world. The contents of the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique were all recorded in this mental energy world. This technique can help one break through to the Void God realm, and it can help one's soul change. When cultivated to the late stages, one can create 10,000 thoughts with one thought. It's a supreme technique for cultivating the soul. Duanmu Qing's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's ears. Zhao Feng's consciousness merged into the vast mental energy world, and in a rush he came into contact with the knowledge of using the soul divine sense. Hearing Duanmu Qing's introduction, Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Firstly, the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique had reached the heaven grade. Techniques were split into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, earth, and heaven. Among them, even in the Azure Flower continent, spiritual grade cultivation techniques were extremely rare. Heaven grade techniques were the highest level of techniques in the world. Secondly, this technique could help one break through to the void God realm and help one soul change. Simply put, cultivating this technique could increase one's chances of breaking through to the void God realm. Other emperors wanted to trade this technique, but I didn't agree. It was shameful to say it, but at the level of a master, he was far from being able to cultivate it to the highest realm of 10,000 transformations with a single thought. Perhaps I'm not very talented in the soul. Duanmu Qing had a complicated expression. He had a special feeling for the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Master, why did you give the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to me? Zhao Feng asked carefully. Duanmu Qing didn't hide anything and told Zhao Feng the reason. 2 reasons. Firstly, your eye bloodline seems to lean towards the Tao of the soul, and even I can't see through it. Maybe you'll be able to cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to a level that surpasses mine. Secondly, the eye of death's eye intent is in your soul and has seeped into the depths of your soul. I don't specialize in the Tao of the soul, and the intent of an emperor is too strong. If I rush it into the depths of your soul, there might be unpredictable consequences. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised by the first reason. Even the first elder of the Broken Moon clan could see through his talent in the mental energy. Emperor Duanmu probably saw through it even more. However, the second reason surprised Zhao Feng. Master, you mean that cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique can help me resolve the hidden danger left behind by the Emperor of Death? That's right, Duanmu Qing said in a solemn tone. I can help you now, but I can't help you forever. You'll have to deal with the Emperor of Death yourself. Up until now, Zhao Feng admired Duanmu Qing's wisdom even more. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Duanmu Qing gave the Dark Eye Secret Technique and the 10,000 Divine Thoughts Technique to Zhao Feng because he wanted Zhao Feng to use his own power to grow and deal with the pursuit of death. Zhao Feng put the wooden box away and bowed deeply toward Duanmu Qing before leaving. In just a few days after entering the sacred land, Duanmu Qing had high hopes and feelings for Zhao Feng. It wasn't like a pair of master and disciple who had just met for a short time. All of this, Zhao Feng remembered the gratitude in his heart. Back at his residence, Zhao Feng immediately took out the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique and started to comprehend it. His consciousness quickly entered the vast spiritual world and devoured all the theories and knowledge of the soul path as if he was thirsty for it. An hour later, Zhao Feng had a comprehensive understanding of the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. The 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique didn't just simply cultivate the divine sense of the soul. It contained many soul Tao techniques and focused on the usage of soul power, the Tao of the soul. The Tao of the soul had always been a forbidden area for cultivation. Only when one reached the void God realm would their soul transform and allow them to truly use the power of the soul. However, this was only the entrance to the Tao of the soul. The soul was too mysterious and dangerous. It was like a forbidden area, and its origin was hard to trace. One of the special features of the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique is that it can split one's mind into many parts. One thought can be split into 2, 10, 100, and 1,000. This technique allows the user to use soul power to an unimaginable level. Zhao Feng sighed in amazement at the first glance. Normal people wouldn't be able to multitask. However, the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique was even more unique. The split thoughts had a certain degree of independence and could do their own things without affecting each other much. Of course, the effects of the split thoughts would be greatly reduced. For example, if he could reach the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, he would be able to split his thoughts into two. This meant that Zhao Feng could split his consciousness into two. One would cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, and the other would cultivate the wind, lightning emperor's inheritance. This kind of division of thoughts was beyond the ordinary multitasking. Of course, this was the ideal state of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. In reality, it was difficult to make two separate thoughts. Let's try. Zhao Feng was slightly excited in his heart. He started to cultivate according to the core technique of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. For now, Zhao Feng didn't have a divine sense. He only had his soul sense. He had to be at least at the half-step king realm to have a divine sense. However, soul sense and divine sense were the same senses, and they worked the same way. While cultivating, Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye was the core of his soul power, and it unknowingly joined in. Half a day later, It doesn't seem hard. Zhao Feng's soul sense easily split into two. Thinking back, Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye could easily control an army of beasts, and he could command them as if they were a god. However, normal beast tamers controlled an army of beasts by controlling the Beast King and using mental energy techniques to give orders to the entire army. Some special eye bloodlines of the mental energy element were born with this ability. Zhao Feng was an exception. His God's spiritual eye could easily control an army of beasts a long time ago. One thought into 10. On the second day, Zhao Feng's soul sense easily split into 10. Shua, shua. As he circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, Zhao Feng's soul sense shot through the air. In the next instant, in the sky above the main spiritual peak, 3 flying beasts were locked down by a soul sense. The 3 beasts were all comparable to the true spirit realm, but they were locked down by 3 soul senses for a breath or two. Then, with a thought from Zhao Feng, a few wooden barrels floated into the air. This is the power of mental energy. Zhao Feng felt good. His God's spiritual eye was a mental energy treasure, and now he had found the key to it, the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. In just a short 2 days, Zhao Feng's soul sense could split into 10. Theoretically, each of these 10 strands of it could control and influence a group of demonic beasts. Each soul sense could launch a mental energy attack or use spiritual sense to communicate, as expected of a heaven-grade soul Dao technique. It's heaven-defying. Zhao Feng praised. He didn't know how terrifying his cultivation speed was. Back when Duanmu Qing was at the origin core realm, he had used an entire 10 years to split one thought into 10. On the other hand, Zhao Feng didn't feel anything and acted as if it was natural. His God's spiritual eye was heaven-defying in terms of the soul. It was like a fish that was born in the water and had the ability to survive in it. On this day, Zhao Feng was just about to study the dark eye secret technique. Zhao Feng, I'm about to leave the sacred land and head to the Tianlu Islands. Don't leave the sacred land in this period of time. If you have any requests, you can make them. Chapter 634. Zhao Feng knew that Duanmu Qing wanted to go to the Purple Saint Ruins, which was great news for Zhao Yufei. He thought about it. Now that he was in the sacred land, he didn't need to worry about anything. All he needed to do was cultivate. The only thing he needed to do was to settle the people on the blue lightning sea sky ship. When will Master return? Zhao Feng asked. At least 1 or 2 months, and at most half a year. The pressure from the Purple Saint ruins isn't hard to deal with, but the restoration of the ruins and the inheritance of the space will take some time. Duanmu Qing answered. Before he left, Duanmu Qing sent a piece of information into Zhao Feng's mind. The information was about the demigod Forgotten Garden. Although the demigod Forgotten Garden only opened once every 500 years, the history of the true martial sacred land was extremely long. The 2 3-star sects and 3 2-star sects had a rough understanding of the demigod Forgotten Garden after many explorations. The demigod Forgotten Garden is located in the 10,000 ancient sacred peak, and the age limit is 50. There are many restrictions in the demigod Forgotten Garden, and the structure of the space is different from the outside world. Zhao Feng looked through the information. The demigod Forgotten Garden would only open in 2 to 3 months. Right now, Zhao Feng's focus was on cultivation, so he didn't look into the information right now. I'll settle the people on the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship first. Zhao Feng got up and walked out of the courtyard. Being a core disciple of a 3-star power, Zhao Feng could easily walk around the sacred land with his current identity. However, he was still very cautious, because the danger of death that originated from his soul was very close. There should be 4 Death Spirit Lords and 36 Death Guards under the Emperor of Death stationed in the true martial sacred land. He walked out of the courtyard. Zhao Feng took out his core disciple token and told a messenger to send a letter to the Golden Mountain sect. Less than an hour later, the white-bearded old Li of the Golden Mountain sect received a letter. Opening the envelope, a strand of wool burst out from it, and Zhao Feng's voice sounded. "Elderly, there's something I need your help with." The white-bearded elderly was taken aback. Only those below the void god realm could imprint their mental energy onto the letter. Moreover, the voice came from Zhao Feng on the other end. After cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, Zhao Feng's mind power could be divided into many parts. He imprinted a wisp of psychic awareness on the envelope. Even if it was sent far away, it would still be connected to his soul. However, this was only the basic application of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Through this letter, Zhao Feng could get in touch with the white-bearded old Li within a short period of time, and there was no need for other communication tools. Fellow Taoist Zhao, don't worry. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups of the sect, and it won't be a problem to arrange for some outer members to stay in the sect, white-bearded old Li said. On the same day, the higher-ups of the Golden Mountain sect, the blue-robed king Kuan Yin Yin, took in the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship and the others. The next day, on the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, Li Yenya, Lulan Jishui, and company became outer members of the Golden Mountain sect. Zhao Feng was finally able to relax. The true martial sacred land wouldn't be his final destination. In the future, he would need a ship when he headed to the Floating Dream spiritual zone. After the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship was settled, Zhao Feng started to cultivate in seclusion. Now, there were only 3 directions to his cultivation. First, the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance. Now that he had comprehended the Purple Wind Lightning, Zhao Feng could start to cultivate the Scarlet Wind Lightning. Second, the Tao of Soul, the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. It could be said that the 10,000 divine thoughts technique had surpassed the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance. Cultivating this technique would help Zhao Feng dissolve the eye of death intent in the depths of his soul. Thirdly, he would cultivate the dark eyes of death in terms of eye bloodline techniques. 3 directions. Zhao Feng placed the most importance on the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique allowed Zhao Feng's soul to become stronger, and his usage of soul power reached a whole new level. However, as Zhao Feng could turn one thought into 10, the progress of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique slowed down. In theory, one had to be at least at the void god realm in order to reach a higher level. It was already a miracle that Zhao Feng could turn one thought into 10 so quickly. He had surpassed some of the experts of the Duanmu family. The next day, Zhao Feng started to read the dark eye secret technique. With one look, Zhao Feng was completely entranced, and his consciousness was completely submerged. The dark eye secret technique contained the theories of many death eye bloodline techniques that the Emperor of Death had created. Although this secret technique didn't have much information on the core of the ultimate dark eye of death. There were many supplementary and powerful controlling eye bloodline techniques recorded in it. These eye bloodline techniques all lean towards the soul and death element. The Emperor of Death is quite cunning. The true offensive forbidden eye bloodline techniques don't have any core knowledge. Zhao Feng first read through it. It took him an entire day and night before he could finish reading through the entire book. One had to know that Zhao Feng's mental energy consciousness was extremely strong, and he had a photographic memory as well as a powerful ability to comprehend and learn. The Dark Eye Secret technique gave Zhao Feng a better understanding of eye bloodline techniques of death and the soul. What was even more amazing was that the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique was a peerless technique for cultivating the divine sense of the soul Tao, and it could be used together with the Dark Eye Secret technique. The two techniques had something in common, which was the usage of soul power. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had comprehended the Dark Eye Incomplete page before, so he had a certain foundation. With this as a foundation, Zhao Feng's understanding of the Dark Eye Secret technique was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Zhao Feng's consciousness was completely immersed in the Dark Eye Secret technique as he learned many forbidden eye bloodline techniques. Because many of the eye bloodline techniques in the Dark Eye Secret technique were related to the Tao of Death, Zhao Feng couldn't directly learn most of them. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was able to learn some simple eye bloodline techniques as soon as he learned them. Over the past half a month, Zhao Feng had also developed some new eye bloodline techniques, most of which were related to the soul. However, due to the Emperor of Death's restrictions on the Dark Eye Secret technique, most of these eye bloodline techniques were limited to support and control techniques. Soul chains. A surge of mental energy surged from Zhao Feng's left eye. In the next instant, within the 10,000 ghost pearl, the skeletal division leader howled as its body froze. Wisps of transparent purple lightning wrapped around the skeletal division leader's body. In reality, the thing that was bound was the skeletal division leader's soul. The transparent purple lightning was in the form of a soul, and it bound the target soul. I've only used 50% of my power, and you can't fight back at all. Zhao Feng was slightly dissatisfied and took back his eye bloodline power. The purple lightning bound the skeletal division leader for several breaths before it broke free. Apart from the soul chains, Zhao Feng had also comprehended more than a dozen eye bloodline techniques, most of which were related to the soul. Dark Heart Seal, Mental Energy Spike, Eye of Nightmare, Soul Searching Technique, Demonic Eye Invasion. The principles of eye bloodline techniques appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Although some eye bloodline techniques were related to the Tao of Death, Zhao Feng could still use them with other elements. After all, his eye bloodline power could be switched, which was an advantage that other eye bloodlines didn't have. Among them, the one that Zhao Feng comprehended the most was the Dark Heart Seal, which was based on his previous Dark Heart Seed. In the past, the Dark Heart Seed would merge the seed of eye bloodline power into the target's soul and threaten their life, thus enslaving them. However, the Dark Heart Seed's control was limited and couldn't directly control the target's thoughts. If the target didn't care about their life, then the Dark Heart Seed would be useless. Or, even if the target's life was threatened, he would still be disloyal and might counterattack at any time. The risk was higher. The Dark Heart Seal uses a powerful soul Tao technique to imprint one's eye bloodline power into the depths of the target soul and change the target's thoughts. Those imprinted by the Dark Heart Seal will submit from the bottom of their soul. It's very difficult to resist. Zhao Feng knew how terrifying this technique was. The Dark Heart Seal could be said to be a slave imprint. Once struck, the target's thoughts would be twisted, and they would become a true slave, submitting to their master. For example, the skeletal division leader's life was threatened by the Dark Heart Seed, and under Zhao Feng's control, it often had thoughts of betrayal. However, If the forbidden dark heart seal was planted in it, the skeletal division leader's mind would become Zhao Feng's slave, and it wouldn't have any thoughts of betraying him. The dark heart seal was a forbidden technique used to enslave beings. Of course, there were limits to this technique. Firstly, the success rate of using the dark heart seal wasn't high, and it was related to the difference in soul. Under many situations, if the target's will was too strong, it would fail and cause the target's soul or thoughts to crumble. Of course, the success rate was also related to one's control. Zhao Feng's God spiritual eye had comprehended the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, and he could split his thoughts into many. Furthermore, Zhao Feng thought of a situation where he could split his thoughts into many and enslave many weaker beings at once. Apart from the low success rate, the dark heart seed also expended a lot of eye bloodline power. The amount of energy expended was related to the difference in soul and control. Dark heart seal. Zhao Feng's body radiated a cold undulation of eye bloodline power that made one's soul tremble. Shua. In the next instant, a bird at the true spirit realm several miles away froze. A breath or two later. So, the bird at the true spirit realm flapped its wings and landed on Zhao Feng's shoulder with respect. And in terms of consciousness, it's completely enslaved. Even if I'm only at the ascended realm, it'll still submit to me. Zhao Feng nodded his head. This was the 10th time he had tried to use the dark heart seal. Apart from the first time, which was a technical mistake, the other 9 times had all succeeded. Zhao Feng's control of the God spiritual eye was too strong. Furthermore, he had cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, and his control of soul power had reached a new level. Next, Zhao Feng tried to split his thoughts into 10 and control the nearby beasts and insects at the same time. The cultivation of the targets weren't high, but most of the normal beings in the sacred land were at the ascended realm or above. A few breaths passed. 7 or 8 of the 10 targets were at the ascended realm and were successfully enslaved by Zhao Feng. The other 2 failures were due to him multitasking. If Zhao Feng could cultivate the dark heart seal and the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to a higher level, he would be able to increase his success rate. Within the 10,000 ghost pearl, the skeletal division leader couldn't help but feel fear when it saw Zhao Feng's new eye bloodline technique. Those that were controlled by the dark heart seal were truly enslaved and became like puppets. Chapter 635. Zhao Feng didn't use the dark heart seal on the skeletal division leader. There were pros and cons to the dark heart seal, which enslaved the target. The advantage was that the target's mind and soul would completely submit to him, and there would be no worries. The bad thing was that the enslaved target would be like a puppet, and their thoughts would be restricted, which would affect their growth. It was like how a civilization's thoughts would be frozen, and their comprehension would be limited. So, Zhao Feng didn't use the dark heart seal on the skeletal division leader. A cunning skeletal division leader was obviously more useful than a puppet that only knew how to listen to orders. Furthermore, the skeletal division leader couldn't pose a threat to Zhao Feng right now. The dark heart seed in its soul could decide its life and death with just a thought. After comprehending more than a dozen new eye bloodline techniques, Zhao Feng didn't end his seclusion. There's still 2 months left. I need to consolidate my strength. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He put the dark eye of death aside for now. Next, he focused on the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and tried to comprehend the scarlet wind lightning. At the same time, he would enter the ancient dream realm every couple of days. Within the ancient dream realm, every time Zhao Feng entered, he could stay for a long period of time. He had obtained an ocean amount of ancient dream realm aura, and it was constantly being absorbed by his bloodline and eye bloodline. Especially, the ancient dream realm aura combined with the 10,000 divine thoughts technique could strengthen one's soul. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's soul became stronger and more condensed. Another half a month passed. Zhao Feng's 10,000 divine thoughts technique could split his thoughts into 20 parts. and the effect of strengthening his soul and spiritual sense increased day by day. Unknowingly, Zhao Feng's soul had reached the peak Great Origin Core realm, just below half-step Void God realms. His improvement could be described as traveling 1,000 miles in a day. The God's spiritual eye was Zhao Feng's soul dimension treasure. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique was a key, and the ancient dream realm aura was an accelerator. At this rate, my soul will be strengthened to the level of a half-step king in 2 months. Zhao Feng was looking forward to it. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique was indeed worthy of being a heaven-grade technique. It could help increase one's chances of breaking through to the Void God realm. Some great emperors wanted to trade for this art, but Duanmu Qing did not agree. Right now, Zhao Feng's soul was condensed, second only to half-step kings. However, in terms of soul power utilization and control, it far surpassed half-step kings. In this way, the will of a half-step king would not pose much of a threat to Zhao Feng. On this day, Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm again. On this ancient and desolate land, Zhao Feng's steps were laborious as he walked slowly. Now he had entered the ancient dream realm not only to obtain the ancient dream realm's aura, but also to explore this space. Last time I took 4 or 5 steps. This time I'll enter at the same spot. Zhao Feng paid attention to every single detail. Every time Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm, he would appear at the same spot. In front of him was a patch of grass. I still have to walk a few thousand more steps to reach the grass. Zhao Feng took 7 or 8 steps and stood there for a while, absorbing the ancient dream realm aura. Before leaving, Zhao Feng looked into the distance. The meadow in the distance was his first target. Next was the river in the distance. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye saw an ancient bird in the sky. It was around 4 to 5 feet long, and it spread its wings. What a terrifying aura! Zhao Feng's body and soul felt the powerful aura of an ancient Yao spirit. The Yao spirit aura from the Yao bird was thousands of times stronger than the Yao birds of the future. The Yao bird seemed to sense Zhao Feng's existence, and its scarlet red eyes flashed. Boom! Zhao Feng's body shook, and he felt as if he was facing the pressure of a void god realm king. Retreat! Zhao Feng felt a great danger and returned from the ancient dream realm. Within the room, Zhao Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat. The aura of a Yao bird in the ancient dream realm was already so terrifying. He could only barely walk in that place, and he had no way of fighting back against such a being. This exploration gave Zhao Feng a warning. There were opportunities and dangers in the ancient dream realm. It could be predicted that there would definitely be an extremely powerful race in that ancient land. Close to 2 months later, Zhao Feng stopped comprehending and focused on cultivating. The core within his body showed signs of crystallization. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally took out the 3rd item from the wooden box, crystal pill. Before leaving, Duanmu Qing had given Zhao Feng 3 items. Amongst them, the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the dark eye secret technique gave Zhao Feng a lot of benefits. This is a crystal pill that can help peak small origin core realms break through to the great origin core realm. Originally, your cultivation wasn't enough to use this pill. However, I found that the core within your body has started to crystallize, so it might have a good effect on you. Duanmu Qing's words appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Normally speaking, only peak small origin core realms breaking through to the great origin core realm could use the crystal pill. Otherwise, normal middle stage and late stage small origin core realms probably wouldn't be able to absorb the full power of the pill. However, being a void god realm emperor, Duanmu Qing's eyes were extremely sharp. Not only could he see that Zhao Feng's state of existence had reached the limits of the great origin core realm, he could also see that the core within his body had started to crystallize. Therefore, Zhao Feng could use this pill. I wonder how effective the crystal pill is. Zhao Feng swallowed the crystal-like pill in his mouth. The crystal pill didn't show any signs of melting after entering his body, unlike other spiritual pills. Zhao Feng circulated his true yuan into the crystal pill and started to absorb the pure power within. The power of the crystal pill was pure and comparable to the crystal core of a great origin core realm. The power of the crystal pill turned into waves that circulated through Zhao Feng's meridians and entered his core. If it were a normal origin core realm, their meridians and core wouldn't be able to handle this power. However, Zhao Feng was extremely relaxed. His state of existence had reached the limits of the great origin core realm, and it was even close to the void god realm. Even half-step void god realms didn't have the same state of existence as Zhao Feng. On the other hand, a portion of his core had already crystallized. As long as he wasn't in a rush, he could handle the power of the crystal pill. Time passed by. The core within Zhao Feng's body became stronger and stronger, and the crystallization became more and more obvious. Another 2 months passed by quickly. Zhao Feng completely absorbed the power of the crystal pill. During this period of time, Zhao Feng didn't even enter the ancient dream realm because he was wary of the ferocious bird. Luckily, with the help of the crystal pill, the core within Zhao Feng's body had crystallized. The size of the core had also reached the late-stage, small origin core realm. The strength of the core within my body is comparable to the great origin core realm in terms of quality. The only difference is the size. Zhao Feng comprehended quietly. His current cultivation was at least at the late-stage, small origin core realm. The great origin core realm was no longer a barrier for him. This was because his core had crystallized and become a crystal core. As long as he accumulated enough crystal cores, he would be able to break through to the great origin core realm. The demigod Forgotten Garden will open in a few days. Zhao Feng let out a long breath. The last few days, he planned to enter the ancient dream realm once more and condense the aura of his core. After all, he had used external help to break through to the late-stage, small origin core realm. This time, Zhao Feng was extremely careful when he entered the ancient dream realm. Shua! Zhao Feng stood on the desolate ground. The Yao bird he met last time didn't appear. Zhao Feng absorbed a large amount of aura from the ancient dream realm and merged it into the crystal core within his body to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, as the opening of the demigod Forgotten Garden approached, the geniuses of the true martial sacred land were all rubbing their fists and getting ready. Mystic True Sacred Clan, within Emperor Gu Luo's palace. Late-stage small origin core realm, success! Jiang Fan's face was slightly red, and he was full of fighting spirit. Not bad. I used the power of the Nihility God realm to protect you and let you successfully absorb the power of the crystal level pill. Emperor Gu Luo praised. Over the past several months, Jiang Fan's strength had increased by leaps and bounds under his supervision. My 10,000 ancient races bloodline and cultivation have both increased. My strength should be able to challenge the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Jiang Fan's confidence rose. The bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races had limitless potential to break through to the next realm. For example, he was at the late-stage small origin core realm, and his strength could challenge late-stage great origin core realms. That Zhao Feng. Jiang Fan was very happy. He had broken through so quickly that Zhao Feng definitely couldn't catch up. Main spiritual peak, Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan, in a deathly silent underground secret hall. According to the agreement, my master, the Scarlet Demonic Emperor, successfully obtained a spot for you, and he paid a heavy price for it. The figure of a black-scaled male could be faintly seen within the faint black ball of light. If Zhao Feng was present, he would recognize this king of the demonic Tao as Tu Wanli, who had killed his way into the Golden Mountain clan. A warm youth stood in front of Tu wanly. "Thank you, Scarlet Demonic Emperor. My master, the Emperor of Death, will soon come out of seclusion, and I will reward you greatly." The warm youth had a warm expression. Hearing that, Tu Wanli's heart shook. The Emperor of Death was a legendary emperor, and his name shook the 3 spiritual zones of the Tsang Ocean. Apart from mystic light realm's sacred lords, no one in this world would dare to say that they could suppress the Emperor of Death. "We're only responsible for obtaining a spot for you. As for killing that Zhao Feng, that has nothing to do with us. Hee. Aren't you afraid of Emperor Duanmu taking revenge?" Tu Wanli laughed weirdly. Although the Emperor of Death was strong, Emperor Duanmu wasn't easy to deal with, especially since this was the territory of the true Martial's sacred land. "As long as we can enter the demigod Forgotten Garden, no one will be able to save Zhao Feng. Coincidentally, Emperor Duanmu is out right now. This is a great opportunity." The warm youth's smile was still warm, but it contained a coldness that could pierce one's soul. "Zhizha, don't be too arrogant. Many of the geniuses that enter the demigod Forgotten Garden are core disciples of emperors. That Nan Gongxing and Meng, she are both stronger than half-step kings. Your death guards probably won't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth." Chapter 636. Thousand Darkness, Sacred Clan. On the peak of the main spiritual peak, there was a bamboo forest covered in purple mist. Although you have a legendary bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, it's not a battle-type bloodline. If you fight head-on with Nan Gongsheng, your chances of winning are less than 50%. A faintly discernible voice came from a bamboo house. A faint fragrance rose from within the bamboo room. A peerlessly beautiful and flawless young girl in a pleated blue dress stood prettily on the spot. Her eyes were illusory like stars, and they were misty like a dream. Her jet black hair lay on the ground without a speck of dust, and she was like a celestial maiden that had descended into the world. Although Nan Gongsheng is the top genius of the sacred land, he suffered a few times in front of me. Meng, she gently stroked the waterfall of her hair. Her starry eyes were like crescent moons, as if she wasn't willing to accept this. A silver-haired figure with an empty aura sat in front of her. It was impossible to see whether the silver-haired figure was male or female. He was extremely simple, but he seemed to be a ball of air. You're the most talented disciple I've ever had. How could I not prepare for the demigod Forgotten Garden once every 500 years? The empty figure slowly opened his hand. Shua! A special violet Qilin jade horn fell into Meng Shi's hand. This is... Meng, she was slightly surprised. The horn contained a profound mental energy aura, but it wasn't a weapon. With this, your strength will be almost unparalleled in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Even Nan Gongsheng will have to fear you. The silver-haired figure smiled faintly. The morning of the second day, Mystic True Sacred Clan. On a large arena on the main spiritual peak, several half-step void god realms clashed together. 3 of them formed a group: a middle-aged man with a mustache, a cold youth, and a female in a green dress. On the other side was an arrogant youth in black clothes. He had one hand behind his back and released a bright silver light as he suppressed 3 half-step void god realms by himself. There were many spectators outside the arena. There were a few core disciples, a few kings, and 1 emperor. This Nan Gongxing can suppress 3 half-step void god realms by himself, and he's doing it so easily. The true inheritors below the stage were all alarmed. What a freak! Nan Gongsheng, the top core disciple of the mystic true sacred clan. Meanwhile, apart from Meng Shi, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, no other genius had been able to last more than 10 moves against him. Bang! On the arena, the 3 half-step king intents suddenly condensed together and pressed toward Nan Gongsheng. Xiao Chen felt a tremor in his soul. The surrounding essence energy seemed to freeze. His thoughts were suppressed to the point that they could not move. The three half-step kings were merged into one. The true inheritors below the stage felt their hearts palpitate as they felt suffocated. Even if Nan Gongsheng was a half-step king, it would be hard for him to deal with the combined attack of three half-step king intents. Break! The mystic silver light around Nan Gongsheng's body became dazzling, and his half-step king intent started to rise. Boom! An explosion sounded in the soul dimension, and a powerful, invisible, great God's magnificent power pierced through the physical world and the spiritual world. At that instant, the formation on the stage shuddered and dimmed. King Will! Everyone broke into an uproar. Only one of the emperors had a gratified expression. Bam! 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 The bodies of the three half-step kings shook as they were sent flying by the powerful King Intent, and blood leaked out of their mouths. King Intent? Could Nan Gongsheng have already become a king? No. His cultivation has stopped at the half-step king rank, but his soul has completed its evolution, and he has formed true void god realm king Intent. Discussion broke out below the arena. At this moment, many experts and geniuses looked at Nan Gongsheng with admiration and respect. After forming complete king Intent, there was no longer any bottleneck for Nan Gongsheng to reach the void god realm. Boom! The new king Intent broke through the clouds and merged into the void, summoning the power of the universe. Nan Gongsheng had become one with heaven and earth, and he had reached the ideal level of becoming one with the heavens. From then on, his intent contained the unstoppable, magnificent power of a king that could instantly kill normal origin core realms. A new king Intent. Could it be that the sacred land is going to give birth to another king? Many void god realm kings, and even some emperors from the true martial sacred land, arrived with their divine senses. However, their hearts shook when they found that the new king Intent came from a junior genius of the sacred land. Nan Gongsheng is only 30 or so years old, but he's already formed king Intent. As expected of the number one genius of the sacred land, he has both the spatial spiritual body and the heaven's spiritual body, two of the strongest bodies in the world. Some kings sighed and sighed. Normal experts would spend 100 years, or even several hundred years, to become a void god realm king. However, Nan Gongsheng's talent was indeed top tier. The cultivation bodies were split into mortal, spiritual, earth and heaven. Normal cultivators only had spiritual bodies. Back at the Guanjuan Palace, Zhao Feng and company only had half spiritual bodies and normal spiritual bodies. Earth spiritual bodies were already very rare. However, Nan Gongsheng had the highest heaven spiritual body. On top of that, he also had a unique spatial spiritual body bloodline. The spatial spiritual body was extremely compatible with space and heaven and earth. Normal people couldn't inherit it, and it was a random bloodline. This made Nan Gongsheng one of the top talents in the sacred land. Only the other 10,000 ancient races' bloodlines could be compared to him. Within the courtyard, Zhao Feng opened his eyes and suddenly felt the new king Intent spread across the main spiritual peak. He's Nan Gongsheng. Zhao Feng's mental energy Intent turned into 20 to 30 and shot through the air. Over the past couple days, Zhao Feng absorbed a large amount of the ancient dream realm aura to consolidate his cultivation. However, he had just broken through not long ago, and he had already witnessed the heroic appearance of the number one genius of the sacred land, King Intent. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. In front of this Intent, which merged with the power of heaven and earth, everything else seemed minuscule. After all, this was a spiritual sacred land, a sacred land of the ocean. The geniuses of the 10 sacred lands were led by Nan Gongsheng, and there was the sacred dream faction fighting against each other. Nan Gongsheng represented the Mystic True Sacred Clan, which was backed by the 3-star Mystic True sacred clan. Meng, she represented the Thousand Darkness sacred clan, which was backed by the 3-star Thousand Darkness sacred clan. After witnessing Nan Gongxing's strength, Zhao Feng could imagine that Meng Shi, who supposedly had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, wouldn't be weak either. Soon, the day of the demigod Forgotten Garden opening approached. The core disciples that were in seclusion all came out. The 10 geniuses of the sacred land all appeared, and they had all made significant improvements. At this moment, Zhao Feng also stopped cultivating and started to look at the information regarding the demigod Forgotten Garden. The demigod Forgotten Garden sounded like a garden. In reality, the demigod Forgotten Garden itself was a secret dimension with its own heaven and earth system. It was definitely on a much higher level than the Purple Saint Ruins. After all, the Purple Saint Ruins that Zhao Feng saw had already deteriorated and wasn't even 1/10 of its peak. Junior Marshall Brother Zhao. A voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Hearing that, Zhao Feng's spiritual sense instantly spread out and saw a sacred clan disciple. This sacred clan disciple was a youth wearing a green robe and seemed rather low-key. Senior Marshall Brother Dong. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and walked out of the courtyard. He had met many core disciples at the disciple recruitment ceremony last time. This senior Marshall Brother Dong was called Dong Wenjian, and he was one of them. More importantly, this Dong Wenjian was an in-name disciple of Duanmu Qing. His father was a mid-level half-step king in the sect. Back then, Great Emperor Duanmu had accepted Dong Wenjian as an in-name disciple because he was touched by the latter's father's efforts. Dong Wenjian's talent was only average amongst the geniuses of the sacred land. Usually, Duanmu Qing would spend most of his time in seclusion, and he would go into seclusion for several years at a time. Therefore, Duanmu Qing didn't have many opportunities to teach Dong Wenjian. Junior Marshall Brother Zhao. The demigod Forgotten Garden will open in 3 days. Master is outside, so how are your preparations going? Dong Wenjian said passionately. Both of them were disciples of an emperor. One was a core disciple, and the other was an in-name disciple. Although there was a difference in status, they were still from the same sect. Zhao Feng didn't have anyone he was familiar with in the sacred clan, so he could only walk with Dong Wenjian. I've made some progress in seclusion this time. I might not be able to fight against the 10 geniuses of the sacred land, but at least I won't embarrass Master. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and was quite humble. Dong Wenjian looked at Zhao Feng with a complicated gaze, which was filled with jealousy and wariness. Although they were both disciples of an emperor, the difference in treatment between them was huge. Dong Wenjian had earned his spot in the demigod Forgotten Garden through his own hard work. He was 35 this year, and his cultivation had reached the peak small origin core realm. His strength wasn't even close to the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. However, Dong Wenjian couldn't help but admire Zhao Feng's talent and strength. Zhao Feng was only in his 20s, 23 at most, but his cultivation and strength were already astonishing. Dong Wenjian had also seen how Zhao Feng defeated Zhuo Hong in 10 moves. Dong Wenjian knew that he wouldn't be able to last more than 30 moves in front of Zhao Feng. He wanted to see it this time. Zhao Feng's cultivation had broken through to the late-stage small origin core realm, and the aura within his body gave Dong Wenjian a lot of pressure. On the same day, Zhao Feng and Dong Wenjian talked to each other in the sacred land. There were only 2 goals. One was to exchange information about the demigod Forgotten Garden. The demigod Forgotten Garden had existed for so many years, and the information that the emperors had was different. Some great emperors might have even more complete information on them. For example, Emperor Duanmu was always in seclusion and kept a low profile. The information he had wouldn't be bad, but it definitely wouldn't be complete. There was also another goal. If they came from the same force, they could help each other when they entered the demigod Forgotten Garden. Because of this, Dong Wenjian went around to befriend some core disciples. After all, there were 2 sacred clans and 33 two-star sects that entered the demigod Forgotten Garden. It was normal for geniuses of the sacred land to fight in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the demigod Forgotten Garden that only opened once every 500 years was finally about to open. Wang, a magnificent power that could shake heaven and earth, was released from the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. The outline of a colorful garden appeared in the corner of the sacred peak, like a mirage. Chapter 637. 10,000 Ancient Sacred Peak. 200 to 300 core disciples from the true martial sacred land gathered in front of a tattered palace. In the sky, limitless magnificent power shook the dimension, and the outline of a colorful garden appeared above everyone's head. At the beginning, the outline of the garden was extremely blurry, and it existed in the form of an illusion. However, as time passed, the outline of the garden became clearer and more solid. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was about to materialize. In the front and back of the garden, there was a simple, dark green, rusty bronze gate. On both sides of the gate stood the mythological Qilin. Even though they were stone sculptures, they had a metallic feeling and were very lifelike. The demigod Forgotten Garden usually takes an hour to fully open. Dong Wenjian's voice sounded in their ears. Zhao Feng and Dong Wenjian stood in the crowd of disciples from the mystic true sacred clan. Below the entrance of the demigod Forgotten Garden were 2 sacred clans and 33 two-star sects of the sacred land, being a 3-star sect. The mystic true sacred clan had 50 spots. Normal 2-star sects had 5 spots. Some powerful 2-star sects had even more spots, such as 8 or 10. For example, the 10,000 Lightning Clan had 10 spots, and the Golden Mountain Clan had 5 spots. Before the demigod Forgotten Garden opened, Dong Wenjian introduced the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land to Zhao Feng. Firstly, the leader of the mystic true sacred clan was Nan Gongsheng, followed by Qin Yilin and senior martial brother Nan. These 3 geniuses were all at the late-stage Great Origin core realm. They were all ranked among the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Of course, apart from these 3, the mystic true sacred clan also had some quasi-10 geniuses whose strength was only weaker than the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. For example, the early stage and middle stage Great Origin core realm core disciples. On top of that, Jiang Fan, who had the 10,000 ancient races ranking, might be able to challenge the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Perfect. Jiang Fan's gaze landed on Zhao Feng, and his face was filled with unwillingness. This Zhao Feng's cultivation has also broken through to the late stage, small origin core realm. Jiang Fan's fists were clenched, and he felt defeated. Back in the Void Ocean spiritual palace, Zhao Feng was just a nobody that he couldn't interact with. Beside Jiang Fan, Qin Yilin also noticed this. Zhao Feng's improvement wasn't normal, and he was even slightly faster than Jiang Fan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. Junior martial brother Jiang, don't worry about it. At the same cultivation level, you have the legendary bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, so you have an absolute advantage. Your opponents are the 10 geniuses of the sacred ground. Qin Yilin comforted her with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression eased a little. He made up his mind that after entering the Forgotten Garden, he would definitely surpass Zhao Feng in terms of harvest. Mystic true sacred clan disciples, after entering the Forgotten Garden, you must take care of each other. Don't kill each other or fight for fame. The majestic will of a great emperor resounded in the minds of the disciples. Law enforcement elder. The true disciples of the Glory sect were startled and quickly agreed to it. Next, with Dong Wenjian's introduction, Zhao Feng got to know some geniuses from other powerful sections. She is Meng Shi, of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. She's the only peerless genius that can fight against Nangongshing and has the legendary bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. The gazes of the two were fixed on a young girl in a blue pleated dress. This girl's face was as flawless as jade, and her eyes were like stars. Her hair fell to the ground and danced in the wind. She seemed to be the perfect image of a dream. Everyone present, the gazes of the geniuses, landed on Meng Shi, and they all felt dazed. No matter what angle they looked at her from, Meng Shi fit the image of a perfect goddess in their hearts. What a unique bloodline aura. Zhao Feng felt a sense of awe that he hadn't felt in a long time. Goddess Charming Dream's hair made him instinctively want to chase after and protect her. Pung! Pung! The left eye of the god's spiritual god started to beat. Zhao Feng's emotions calmed down, and he got rid of the temptation. This Meng Shi's bloodline leans towards the soul. Zhao Feng concluded. The eyes of the girl in the blue dress turned and landed on Zhao Feng. In an instant, a powerful pressure that came from his soul and bloodline made Zhao Feng's body freeze. On top of that, Meng Shi's eyes landed on Zhao Feng for a breath or two. Next to Zhao Feng, Dong Wenjian's mind, consciousness, bloodline, and true yuan all froze. Meng Shi's actions attracted the attention of the other geniuses from the other sacred lands. A genius that could make Meng Shi curious and surprised shouldn't be simple. He's the new core disciple? Nangongshing couldn't help but glance at Zhao Feng, but his expression remained calm. That's right, he said. Zhao Feng, the one that Emperor Duanmu took in as his personal disciple. A core disciple next to him said. At the same time, Zhao Feng felt the pressure from the gazes. Many of them belonged to the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Among them, Zhao Feng felt the enmity and killing intent from the soul. Zhao Feng, life is so beautiful. We meet again, and we'll perform together on the same stage. A warm youth from the 1,000 Darkness sacred clan inspected Zhao Feng with a warm smile. At this moment, Dong Wenjian introduced. This warm youth is a disciple that just joined the 1,000 Darkness sacred clan. His name is Wen Luan, and his strength shouldn't be weaker than the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. It's very likely that he's the dark horse of the demigod Forgotten Garden. The warm youth's name was Wen Luan, and his cultivation had reached the late-stage Great Origin Core realm. Wen Luan? Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he became wary. The warm youth gave him a sense of danger. Apart from the 2 sacred clans, there's also Lei Jin from the 10,000 Lightning Clan. He has a rare ancient lightning spirit bloodline and specializes in lightning. His battle power is extremely strong. Dong Wenjian warned. Lei Jin? Zhao Feng followed his gaze and saw a tall, barefoot man with messy hair and a dirty face. He carried a giant sword on his back. Lei Jin's cultivation had reached the middle stage Great Origin Core realm, and the aura of lightning radiating from his body made Zhao Feng's wind lightning true yuan tremble. What a strong aura of lightning! Zhao Feng could feel how terrifying this person was just from the wisp of lightning he had sensed from him. The Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance? Back then, the Wind Lightning Emperor once cultivated many techniques of the Tao of Lightning in the 10,000 Lightning Clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so famous. Lei Jin murmured to himself. The 10,000 Lightning Clan was one of the top sects in the Tsang Ocean that cultivated the Tao of Lightning. In the Sacred Land, their strength was close to 3-star sects and far surpassed the Golden Mountain sect. Even the Wind Lightning Emperor had once cultivated in the 10,000 Lightning Clan. Without the 10,000 Lightning Clan, there wouldn't be any glory for the Wind Lightning Emperor. None of the 10 geniuses of the Sacred Land are simple. Zhao Feng paid attention to each of the 10 geniuses, and Dong Wenjian introduced them to him. Time passed by slowly. Above his head, the original blurry silhouette of the garden slowly solidified. The air around the 10,000 ancient sacred peak started to tremble. It was as if space was squeezing and colliding with another space. Zhao Feng's God spiritual, I was able to see some things. If we liken space to a bubble, then now it was a small bubble that merged into the sacred land's dimension. The demigod Forgotten Garden was a secret dimension. It was created by a demigod with heaven-defying methods. The demigod Forgotten Garden is about to open. The 200 to 300 geniuses on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak looked up. At this point in time, what they saw was only a corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden, and there were 2 bronze gates. There are 2 entrances to the demigod Forgotten Garden, one in front and one behind. Information appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Currently, the 2 rusty bronze gates were guarded by the mystic True Sacred Clan and the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan, respectively. Behind them were the 2-star sections. One boom. The dimension shook once more. Luckily, the space around the 10,000 ancient sacred peak was extremely stable, and there was a space-stabilizing array around it. In their vision, the materialized corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden sank down and leaned against the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. The corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden has merged into the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. The demigod Forgotten Garden has successfully opened. Surges of divine sense from the various sects of the sacred land floated in the air. Demigod Forgotten Garden, let's go. Nangongshing was extremely arrogant as he turned into a streak of silver light and entered the rusty bronze gate. At the same time, Mengshi leapt into the air, and her illusionary hair disappeared in a flash. The 2 super geniuses, Sacred and Meng, entered the demigod Forgotten Garden at a speed that others couldn't catch up to. Whoosh! 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 The geniuses of the 2 sacred clans each took a bronze gate and entered the demigod Forgotten Garden. Junior Martial Brother Zhao, it's best if you meet up with other disciples after entering the demigod Forgotten Garden. That way, you won't be at a disadvantage. Dong Wenjian reminded as he also flew toward the bronze gate. Zhao Feng nodded his head and didn't hesitate anymore. He left behind a streak of purple lightning and disappeared. It really is the purple destruction wind lightning. A cold intent appeared on the face of Lei Zhen from the 10,000 lightning clan. One boom. As the geniuses of the sacred land entered the demigod Forgotten Garden one after another, the 2 bronze gates started to dim and show signs of becoming unstable, until the 200 to 300 geniuses of the sacred land all entered the demigod Forgotten Garden. The bronze gates became extremely dim. Bam! The 2 bronze gates closed at the same time. Only the outline of the demigod Forgotten Garden was left on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. Even void god realm kings and emperors couldn't enter the demigod Forgotten Garden with their divine sense. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure sank, and he appeared in an ancient garden. Instantly, a powerful pressure descended from the demigod Forgotten Garden. As I thought, Zhao Feng's figure paused for a moment before starting to walk forward. The level of space within the demigod Forgotten Garden was much higher than the sacred lands, and it was several levels higher than normal islands. Zhao Feng had already learned about this a few days ago. At the same time, many geniuses that entered the demigod Forgotten Garden stumbled. What strong pressure! The geniuses of the sacred land all had red faces, and they found it hard to breathe. Those at the small origin core realm couldn't even fly in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Even great origin core realms couldn't fly here. Apart from that, all sorts of intents were greatly restricted here. For example, the great origin core realms in the outside world could sweep through dozens of miles and destroy a small city with their attacks. However, in the demigod Forgotten Garden, attacks of the origin core realm could only cover 10 to 20 yards at most. Apart from that, speed and other aspects were greatly restricted. Chapter 638. Demigod Forgotten Garden. The geniuses that had just entered the sacred land felt the pressure of heaven and earth, and their abilities were suppressed to the extreme. Some small origin core realm geniuses found it hard to even breathe. They needed to get used to the pressure in a short amount of time. Zhao Feng's figure paused for a moment before calmly walking forward. Although the pressure in the demigod Forgotten Garden was strong, it was nothing compared to the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye could sense every flower, tree, and tile in the demigod Forgotten Garden. In the darkness, there seemed to be an immortal intent that controlled the power of heaven and earth. Skeletal Division Leader Zhao Feng contacted the 10,000 Ghost Pearl and tried. He found that the Skeletal Division leader couldn't enter the outside world. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised by this. He had gained a comprehensive understanding of the demigod Forgotten Garden a few days ago. There were rules to the demigod Forgotten Garden. Firstly, the geniuses that entered the demigod Forgotten Garden could only rely on their own power and couldn't rely on anything else. The Skeletal Division leader was completely suppressed by the 10,000 Ghost Pearl. Zhao Feng tried to contact the little thieving cat. This time he succeeded. Meow meow. The little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Since the little thieving cat was Zhao Feng's spiritual pet, it wasn't restricted. Otherwise, those cultivation schools like beast tamers would only be able to watch helplessly in the Forgotten Garden. At the same time, in a certain corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden, the warm youth gazed at a black bracelet on his wrist. Wang, the black bracelet faintly shook, and it contained the aura of a void god realm king. Your Highness, the demigod intent is still here and controls the power of heaven and earth. I'm restricted by the laws and can't help you. A voice sounded from the bracelet. The demigod Forgotten Garden is indeed not simple. Let's wait and see, and slowly enjoy the fun of this game. The warm youth, Wen Luan, had a warm smile. Demigod Forgotten Garden. The geniuses from the sacred land that tried to cheat revealed sad expressions. In the demigod Forgotten Garden, all external forces were useless. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Success. Master is indeed worthy of being a mystic light, realm sacred lord. He left behind something in the demigod Forgotten Garden a long time ago. Meng, she flipped her hand, and a purple horn appeared in her hand. The purple Qilin jade horn looked like a simple tool. It didn't have a storage function, nor did it contain any external force. However, as Meng she held the horn, a smile bloomed on her face, and she radiated a strong sense of confidence. Since it's like this, then I'll give the 100-flower garden a try first. Then attack the myriad treasure tower or the nurturing heart hall. Meng she's figure flickered. Even in the demigod Forgotten Garden, her speed was still extremely fast. The demigod Forgotten Garden sounded like a huge garden, but it was actually a huge secret realm. Inside the Forgotten Garden, there were many places that contained opportunities and treasures, but they were also accompanied by dangers. Most of the geniuses in the sacred land knew a bit about the demigod Forgotten Garden. The difference was some geniuses had more information than others. And according to the original plan, I'll go to the Purple Smoke Lake first. I'll be able to use my greatest advantage there. Zhao Feng also had his own plan. He had researched the demigod Forgotten Garden before. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the air and left a trail of purple wind behind him. The road under his feet was made from a type of green jade stone. Most of the roads in the demigod Forgotten Garden were made from this type of green jade stone. The other places were mostly filled with flowers and trees. This was according to the experience of others. Normally, one wouldn't be attacked by the strong beasts and spirits in the demigod Forgotten Garden on the green jade stone road. After all, the demigod Forgotten Garden was filled with flowers and trees, and those areas were filled with hidden threats. The spiritual senses of outsiders were also suppressed in the demigod Forgotten Garden, so they normally wouldn't enter the areas outside of the green jade stone road. At a certain moment, Tang, Zhao Feng's figure leapt up and landed on an ancient tree. He opened his god's spiritual eye and looked down to see the terrain on the map. Luckily, the senses of the god's spiritual eye can still be used here. Zhao Feng soon confirmed his approximate location. Although the geniuses that entered the demigod Forgotten Garden all had the relevant information, not many of them had a complete map. The demigod Forgotten Garden only opened once every 500 years. Up until now, the true martial sacred land had only explored 60 to 70% of the area, and there were still some unknown or forbidden areas. Zhao Feng used his god's spiritual eye to determine the location with the limited information he had. This way, the direction of his destination, the Purple Smoke Lake, was extremely clear. Tsang. Zhao Feng increased his speed and didn't fly. Instead, he used his movement skill and even the lightning body technique from a long time ago. On the way, Zhao Feng occasionally met one or two geniuses from the sacred land. After entering the demigod Forgotten Garden, everyone was randomly teleported to a certain location on the green jade stone road. Boom! The sound of fighting came from a grassy hill not far away. Several geniuses from the sacred land found a rare grass that had the ability to awaken one's bloodline. However, there was only one grass, and there were several ancient beasts whose strength was comparable to the great origin core realm next to it. A chaotic battle broke out. A total of 4 or 5 geniuses from the sacred land joined the battle. Zhao Feng glanced at them. There were no geniuses from the mystic true sacred clan among them. Although the grass was valuable, Zhao Feng was too lazy to join in. There were many fortunes in the demigod Forgotten Garden. He had his own plan, and his destination was the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng continued on his way. On the way, he tried to avoid fighting with the geniuses from the other sacred lands. However, the demigod Forgotten Garden was huge, and everyone's speed was restricted. They couldn't even fly. Half a day later, Zhao Feng had only finished 2/3 of his journey. Right at this moment, in the garden ahead, a tower glittering with a metallic light appeared. Far away, Zhao Feng felt a surge of treasure aura coming from the metallic tower. Could the tower ahead be the 10,000 treasure tower? Zhao Feng's footsteps paused. The 10,000 treasure tower was a place of fortune in the demigod Forgotten Garden. It contained many treasures that the demigod had collected throughout his life. Some of those treasures were world-shaking divine weapons, while others were rare treasures with all kinds of special abilities. Someone once said that any one of the treasures in the 10,000 treasure tower could change the fate of a normal person. In the past tens of thousands of years, some of the rare treasures that were passed down from the myriad treasure tower created many legends. A mysterious ring had created a void god realm king. A strange token had led to a powerful 2-star sect. A mysterious copper coin had changed the fate of a mediocre person. Apart from that, there were some special items in the 10,000 treasure tower that were similar to the void god protection. They could be used in the demigod Forgotten Garden and weren't restricted by external forces. Because these items came from the demigod Forgotten Garden, they weren't restricted by the magnificent power of heaven and earth. All sorts of reasons made the 10,000 treasure tower an important target for the geniuses of the sacred land. As expected, when Zhao Feng arrived at the 10,000 treasure tower, there were already 40 to 50 geniuses of the sacred land nearby. One had to know. Right now, it was only the beginning of the demigod Forgotten Garden. The demigod Forgotten Garden only opened for half a month each time. It's only the first day, and the 10,000 treasure tower has already gathered so many geniuses. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. He had studied the 10,000 treasure tower before, and it wasn't like he didn't consider attacking this place first. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on entering the 10,000 treasure tower first. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, the competition in the 10,000 treasure tower was too intense. There were all sorts of challenges and dangers within. It was hard to achieve anything in the 10,000 treasure tower with just one person, unless one was as strong as Nan Gongsheng or Meng Shi. Simply put, it was best to form a team if one wanted to enter the 10,000 treasure tower. Junior martial brother Zhao. A voice sounded from a group of 5 or 6 people in front of the 10,000 treasure tower. The owner of the voice was Dong Wenjian. Dong Wenjian was in the group of the true mystic sacred clan. The leader was senior martial brother Nan, one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Zhao Feng stopped. Now he had 2 choices. First, join senior martial brother Nan and company's group. Second, reject. Junior martial brother Zhao, hurry up and join the group. There's strength in numbers. Let's enter the 10,000 treasure tower together. Dong Wenjian was very passionate and urged. Zhao Feng hadn't joined the mystic true sacred clan for long, and the only person he had some connections with was Dong Wenjian. Both of them were disciples of Emperor Duanmu. Hee, junior martial brother Zhao's strength isn't bad. I personally saw you defeat Zhuahong last time. The other people in the group expressed goodwill. There were many forces in the demigod Forgotten Garden, and the competition was intense. The disciples of the clan would take care of each other when they met. The leader, senior martial brother Nan, was expressionless and didn't reject. There was strength in numbers. In his eyes, Zhao Feng's strength could be ranked in the middle. At the very least, he wouldn't drag the group down. Facing Dong Wenjian's invitation, Zhao Feng thought for a while. His eyes twinkled and his expression was resolute. Senior martial brother Dong, I'm sorry, but I have my own plans and can't join your group. Zhao Feng said with slight regret. His first target was the Purple Smoke Lake. The 10,000 treasure tower wasn't suitable for Zhao Feng. He hadn't joined the sacred clan for long and wasn't familiar with the core disciples. Although Dong Wenjian and Zhao Feng were from the same clan, Dong Wenjian didn't have much goodwill toward Zhao Feng in his heart. He was a bit jealous and unbalanced. All of this, Zhao Feng's heart was like a mirror. This place wasn't like the Broken Moon clan's floating crest palace. He didn't have any true friends or people he could trust in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Although Zhao Feng had joined senior martial brother Nan's group and was ordered around by others in the 10,000 treasure tower, he wouldn't be able to get much in the end. The 10,000 treasure tower isn't suitable for me right now. Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and he turned into a streak of purple lightning as he continued on his way. Before entering the demigod Forgotten Garden, Zhao Feng was already mentally prepared to be a lone ranger and had a will to fight. Even if he was a lone ranger, he was going to kill his way out. This Zhao Feng doesn't know what's good for him. Zhao Feng's rejection made Dong Wenjian feel awkward. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't like Zhao Feng and was jealous, but he didn't dare to offend him easily. After all, Zhao Feng was favored by Emperor Duanmu, and he was just an in-name disciple. Let him fend for himself. Without the strength of one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land, only death awaits a lone ranger. Senior martial brother Nan's expression was dark. Zhao Feng actually refused to join his group. This was a slap to his face. Chapter 639. For hours later, Zhao Feng flew through the air. A faint purple lake appeared in front of him, and the surface of the lake was covered in mist. The lake was several hundred miles wide, and from afar, it looked like a pure purple jade. This is the biggest lake in the demigod Forgotten Garden, the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng slowed down his footsteps and was extremely cautious. At this moment in time, he had already walked out of the green jade path and approached the moist soil next to the lake. The entire demigod Forgotten Garden had an intent that controlled the power of heaven and earth and determined many laws. Among them, the green jade path was a forbidden area that most beasts didn't dare to enter. Compared to outsiders, the green jade stone path was a relatively safe area. And now, Zhao Feng left the green jade path and entered the Purple Smoke Lake. The Purple Smoke Lake is a place of fortune in the demigod Forgotten Garden. It produces many rare treasures and resources. Zhao Feng stepped on the soil and approached the faint purple lake. The water of the Purple Smoke Lake contained a special spiritual energy. The lake nurtured many precious materials and treasures. At the same time, it also nurtured a large number of powerful aquatic demonic beasts. Purple scaled grass. The exclamations of several geniuses from the sacred land came from the shore. Whoosh! A man surrounded by flowing water grabbed a purple grass with strange scales and jumped out of the water. He stepped on the water waves and rushed towards the shore of the lake. Bo! Boom! Boom! Around him, there were dozens of giant demonic fish with sharp teeth. They opened their bloody mouths and bit him, unwilling to let him go. The weakest of these beasts were at the true Lord rank, and the leading ones had battle power at the origin core realm. The environment of the demigod Forgotten Garden meant that the creatures here were 10 or even 100 times stronger than the outside world. Purple scaled grass is a grass that can strengthen one's physical body. It can change the body of anyone below the void god realm. Information appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Purple scaled grass was extremely rare in the outside world, but it was abundant in the Purple Smoke Lake. In the Tsang Ocean, 90% of the purple scaled grass came from here, and it was priceless outside. Apart from transforming the physical body and strengthening the physique, the purple scaled grass also had an incredible effect. If one could consume a large amount of purple scaled grass, it was possible for them to obtain a bloodline ability that strengthened their defense. To put it simply, it could increase a defense-type bloodline ability. How unimaginable was that? But in the demigod Forgotten Garden, all sorts of inconceivable things were reasonable. After all, the master of the Forgotten Garden was half a step into the realm of gods. "Save me!" the man suddenly screamed as he was attacked by hundreds of demonic fish. Within the demigod Forgotten Garden, ordinary primal core realm cultivators wouldn't be able to fly due to the high grade of the space and the immense pressure. Even a great origin core realm could only fly for a short period of time. Even though the man was proficient in watertight martial arts, he was still in a difficult situation after being attacked by hundreds of demonic fish in the lake. Most of the demonic fish in the Purple Smoke Lake were carnivores. They had a keen sense for the aura of outsiders, so they attacked instinctively. Go help junior martial brother Zhu. There were 2 disciples on the shore, and one of them pulled on a bow. The other used a Soul Dao secret technique, and a weird mental energy shot through the air to stop the attacks of the demonic fish. However, even then, when the watertight male reached the shore, he was covered in blood. The watertight male had just reached the shore. Suddenly, something happened. A ferocious wave of fishy wind rushed out from the water of the lake. A giant figure covered in dark gray scales could be seen in the water. "Watch out! It's an ancient crocodile!" The other 2 disciples were both late-stage, small origin core realms, and they both used their techniques to attack the crocodile. However, the scales of the crocodile were extremely tough, and attacks of the 2 small origin core realms didn't even leave a mark on it. Whoosh! The ancient crocodile's dark gray scales had traces of purple scales as it pounced on the water elemental man. Arg! The watertight male screamed. Even though he tried to run, one of his legs was still bitten. Crack! The watertight male lost one of his legs, and he escaped from the danger zone under the cover of the other 2 disciples. There are so many water-type Yao spirits in the Purple Smoke Lake. It's even scarier than I imagined. The 3 hadn't recovered yet. In the end, although the 3 of them managed to obtain one of them lost a leg. Although a single purple scaled grass was extremely valuable, it wasn't worth it to pay such a price. I need to eat at least a dozen purple scaled grass to have the bloodline ability to strengthen my defense. The 3 had bitter expressions. At the same time, The figures of geniuses from the sacred land could be seen near the purple smoke lake. Only a few geniuses whose cultivation had reached the level of a supremacy would be able to obtain some benefits near the purple smoke lake without being harmed. There were many treasures and resources within the purple smoke lake, and purple scaled grass was just one of them. The deeper one goes, the more valuable the treasures are. Apparently, there are mermaids in the depths of the purple smoke lake, and there's a mysterious palace at the bottom. Zhao Feng organized his thoughts and didn't act rashly. Since they couldn't fly, even great origin core realms could only try their luck near the shore. Not long after, Zhao Feng's thoughts became clearer and clearer. His thoughts were formed the moment the demigod Forgotten Garden opened. That brat's alone. Which force is he from? You don't look familiar. The gazes of the three from before landed on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was leisurely walking toward the trio. The three of them had wary expressions. One of them held a bow, one of them used a Soul Dao secret technique, and the Male of Water put away the purple scaled grass. Zhao Feng didn't bother with the three. He arrived at the place where the ancient crocodile had just appeared. The ancient crocodile is one of the few races that can attack the shore of the purple smoke lake. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. He slowly sat down under the wary gazes of the three. The three of them were surprised. Was this blue-haired youth an idiot? This place had just been attacked by the ancient crocodile, and he still dared to sit here? The three of us come from the Dark Cloud clan. Which force are you from? The prodigy holding the bow asked. Mystic True, Sacred Clan, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng said casually with his back facing the three. Mystic True, Sacred Clan. The three from the Dark Cloud clan instantly revealed wary expressions and didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. The two sacred clans stood at the top of the true martial sacred land. Even in the demigod Forgotten Garden, the other two star forces were at a disadvantage against the disciples of three star forces. Let's retreat first. The three from the Dark Cloud clan retreated to the green jade stone path and sat down to recover. They didn't leave. Instead, they watched the progress of the other geniuses around the purple smoke lake. Most of the geniuses that tried were chased by the demonic fish and had to escape to the shore. Only one or two great origin core realms and a female beast tamer had some gains. This was especially so for the female beast tamer. She had come prepared and brought many beasts with her. There were also a few flying beasts in the sky that were responsible for guarding the area. Apart from that, the female beast tamer had also tamed more than a dozen demonic fish to help her obtain treasures from the lake. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the female beast tamer, and he nodded his head. Right at this moment, a wave of wind rushed toward Zhao Feng from the shore. Ancient crocodile. The hearts of the three Dark Cloud clan geniuses jumped. The battle power of the ancient crocodile was close to the peak small origin core realm, and its defense could block attacks from those at the great origin core realm. Come. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he opened his god's spiritual eye and locked onto the ancient crocodile. Dark heart seal. A soul-piercing coldness appeared from the left eye of the god's spiritual eye and drilled into the ancient crocodile's soul. Instantly, the ancient crocodile's figure froze in the air and fell to the ground. Zhao Feng sat on the ground with a calm expression. A breath or two later, the ancient crocodile had a respectful and submissive expression on its face as it arrived at Zhao Feng's side. And the first one. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Although the defense of the ancient crocodile's body was strong, its soul was average. The expressions of the three from the Dark Cloud clan changed dramatically. He controlled an ancient crocodile so easily. The genius that specialized in the Tao of the soul was stunned. To control an ancient crocodile, one needed to be at the great origin core realm and be proficient in the Tao of the soul. Even sovereign lords that specialized in the Tao of the soul wouldn't be able to control an ancient crocodile so easily. Immediately afterward, The three of them watched as Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the crocodile. The ancient crocodile was fearful and started to wander around the shore. The shore of the Purple Smoke Lake was the territory of the ancient crocodile. The other demonic fish didn't dare to get close when Zhao Feng sat on the crocodile. A while later, Zhao Feng met the second ancient crocodile and faced the one he was on. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng's left eye circulated a soul eye bloodline technique and successfully enslaved the second ancient crocodile. This way, Zhao Feng now had two ancient crocodiles under his command. The eyes of the three from the Dark Cloud clan bulged out. After controlling two ancient crocodiles, Zhao Feng didn't need to fear anything near the shore. However, Zhao Feng didn't use the ancient crocodile to take some of the treasures near the shore like they had imagined. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two ancient crocodiles continued to wander around the shore. An hour later, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. The number of crocodiles under Zhao Feng was still increasing. At this moment in time, even the female beast tamer in the distance was alarmed. That guy has a soul eye bloodline and can easily control 5 ancient crocodiles. The female beast tamer's eyes were filled with shock. One had to know. She had spent half a day to control more than a dozen demonic fish and 1 ancient crocodile. Furthermore, the creatures she controlled needed a Soul Dao secret technique or else they would go out of control. However, every time Zhao Feng's Dark Heart Seal was used, the target would submit from the depths of their soul and be enslaved. This Soul Dao forbidden technique could solve everything once and for all. He's already controlled 5 or 6 ancient crocodiles. He can move around the shore and mine some precious ancient resources. The female beast tamer looked curiously at Zhao Feng. At this point in time, Zhao Feng had already enslaved 5 or 6 ancient crocodiles, but he still hadn't taken any action. From this, one could see how ambitious the other was. He probably had a long-term plan. Finally, Zhao Feng only let out a long breath after enslaving 10 crocodiles in one go, and he seemed to be slightly tired. 10 ancient crocodiles. The battle power of each one is comparable to a peak small origin core realm, and their defense can block the attacks of a great origin core realm. The hearts of the 3 from the Dark Cloud clan shook. The female beast tamer had an envious expression as she watched Zhao Feng's actions. She was extremely curious. What was this genius of the sacred clan who had a heaven-defying soul eye bloodline technique planning? Chapter 640. After enslaving 10 ancient crocodiles, Zhao Feng's subordinates alone were enough to dominate the Purple Smoke Lake. At this moment in time, the geniuses of the sacred land, including the 2 great origin core realms, were slightly wary of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's every action was watched. After resting for a while, Zhao Feng rode the 10 ancient crocodiles toward the center of the Purple Smoke Lake. He didn't dare to go too deep. There were all kinds of beasts in the Purple Smoke Lake with strange abilities. Some of the Yao fish had thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Once they were caught, even half-step void god realms would have to retreat. With the strength of the ancient crocodiles, they could only be considered one of the top predators around the Purple Smoke Lake. Right at this moment, whoosh, 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 a school of Yao fish swam toward them. There were hundreds of them, and the weakest was at the true lord rank. There were almost 10 at the origin core realm. These Yao fish sensed the aura of the ancient crocodiles and didn't dare to get close. Advance! Zhao Feng sat on one of the crocodiles and controlled them to approach the school of Yao fish. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Instantly the school of Yao fish panicked. Without hundreds of Yao fish, they wouldn't be able to threaten the 10 ancient crocodiles. 10,000 divine thoughts technique, 1 thought into 10. Zhao Feng's consciousness suddenly split into 10 or 20 parts and aimed at the Yao fish with the Dark Heart Seal. These Yao fish were in a panic state and were easily captured by the Dark Heart Seal. In a breath, Zhao Feng's Dark Heart Seal had enslaved 18 Yao fish. The Yao fish were all at the true Lord rank, and Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye was also successful when using the Dark Heart Seal with the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The enslaved Yao fish fearfully swam around the ancient crocodiles. He can control so many Yao fish with one thought. The female beast tamer near the shore was in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with deep reverence and even a hint of admiration and worship. They were both mental energy experts, and the other's mastery was extremely high. He instantly split his spiritual sense into 20 strands and unleashed profound soul path secret techniques. To her, this was no different from a master. However, enslaving 18 demonic fish was only Zhao Feng's first wave. The second wave, Zhao Feng divided his mind and enslaved another 20 demonic fish. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. After 5 or 6 waves, there were more than 100 demonic fish under Zhao Feng's command, including 10 Origin Core Realm demonic fish leaders. By the lakeside, the female beast tamer was dumbfounded. Just how dense is his soul power? Even if a soul-type I bloodline can use Soul Dao secret techniques more efficiently and expend less energy, it can't be used endlessly. The female beast tamer was in disbelief. She estimated that Zhao Feng's soul strength was at least at the late-stage Great Origin Core Realm. This was under the huge advantage of the Soul Eye bloodline, which increased the efficiency by several times and reduced the cost to a third. Within the Purple Smoke Lake, 10 ancient crocodiles and more than 100 demonic fish formed a small army under Zhao Feng's command. And the first step is almost complete. Zhao Feng nodded his head in his heart. This small army was enough for him to dominate the outer perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. After resting for an hour, Zhao Feng's energy recovered, and he gave a series of orders to his army. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demonic fish scattered and started to become active around the perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. Under Zhao Feng's command, the demonic fish started to mine the resources around the perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. There are many treasures in the Purple Smoke Lake. It's too inefficient to rely on just one person, and there are too many threats in the lake. Zhao Feng didn't do anything himself and left everything to his army. These giant crocodiles and demonic fish were used to the environment here, and they were quite intelligent. The 100 or so demonic fish were the main force in mining the resources. The ancient crocodiles were in charge of being the guards. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye was in charge of finding the resources in the lake. Purple scaled grass. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, and he soon found traces of purple scaled grass. The violet scaled grass was a rare herb that grew in abundance in the Violet Smoke Lake. It possessed an unimaginable and miraculous power. Half of the geniuses that came to the Purple Smoke Lake were here for this grass. Pop, pop. Not long later, a few demonic fish gathered a few stalks of purple scaled grass and brought them to Zhao Feng's side. Not bad. Zhao Feng held the stalks of purple scaled grass and confirmed that they were real. With such a small army of aquatic creatures under his command, he believed that he would be able to collect even more purple scaled grasses. To test the effects of the purple scaled grass, Zhao Feng ate one first. In an instant, a cold aura seeped into Zhao Feng's flesh and blood, and then a burning sensation came from his flesh. A faint purple flame floated around Zhao Feng's body. A painful expression appeared on Zhao Feng's face as if he was struggling. Normal Origin Core realms would need at least half a month to consume one stalk of purple scaled grass. However, Zhao Feng's state of existence wasn't simple, and after absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm, he was like an ancient beast. His ability to absorb and digest couldn't be measured by normal means. This purple scaled grass does have certain effect on the state of existence. However, it doesn't have much effect on me. Zhao Feng sensed it, because His state of existence had reached the limit of the great origin core realm, and it was even close to a king. Even a half-step king's state of existence wasn't as strong as Zhao Feng's. Of course, what Zhao Feng wanted was the ability of the purple scaled grass to increase his defensive bloodline. Something that could give living beings a kind of bloodline power was rare even in the fan universe. This was also the most valuable effect of the purple scaled grass. Time passed. Zhao Feng's army gathered many ancient treasures in the purple smoke lake, and the purple scaled grass was the most important. During the process, it was unavoidable for Zhao Feng's army to suffer some losses. He was slowly increasing the foundation of his army. Half a day later, the number of Yao fish under Zhao Feng's control didn't decrease, and there were now more than 200 of them. As long as the target was enslaved by the dark heart seal, they would completely submit from the perspective of their souls and thoughts. After that, the consumption of his eye bloodline power wasn't as high as before. Purple scaled grass, water inkworm grass, water crystal stone, ancient black shell, all sorts of precious materials and treasures were delivered to Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's standards were very high, and he would only gather treasures that were tempting to those at the origin core realm or that were already extinct in the outside world. Of these, Zhao Feng's main focus was the purple scaled grass. The other precious materials and treasures were mostly used for regular external forces: alchemy, artifact refinement, detoxification, etc. The purple scaled grass could directly increase one's strength. Zhao Feng placed the most importance on these treasures. The efficiency of gathering 1 to 200 Yao fish was extremely high. The number of purple scaled grass in Zhao Feng's hands continued to increase. 18, 19, 20, Zhao Feng had a lot of gains. Others could only gather 1 or 2 in half a day, and they had to face the pursuit of many aquatic beings. However, he was like a general commanding his subordinates to work for him. Zhao Feng would eat a purple scaled grass every hour. With the accumulation, Zhao Feng's body still increased, especially his defense. After eating the 10th purple scaled grass, Zhao Feng felt that his bloodline had started to change. Traces of dark purple watery aura appeared in his flesh. Zhao Feng used his body to control this aura. A layer of dark purple ripples appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and the outline of scales appeared. Success! Zhao Feng was overjoyed. It sounded incredible to have a new bloodline ability in his body. Zhao Feng could feel that the dark purple ripples on his body had a strong defense. This bloodline defense was similar to the scales on the body of an ancient crocodile. The ancient crocodile was at the small origin core realm, but its defense could block attacks from those at the great origin core realm. As for bloodline abilities, they were usually built on one's physique. Zhao Feng's state of existence was close to the void god realm, and after absorbing a large amount of ancient dream realm aura, the effect of this new bloodline defense was shocking. This bloodline defense has already increased my defense by 30%. Zhao Feng was excited. This effect was just the beginning. He continued to eat purple scaled grass to increase the density of this bloodline. At the same time, Zhao Feng could also enter the ancient dream realm for a short period of time and absorb the ancient dream realm aura to refine this bloodline. 28, 30, 35. The army of the water race under Zhao Feng's control was still expanding, and its efficiency was becoming higher and higher. These creatures had a certain level of intelligence. Zhao Feng sent the appearance of the purple scaled grass to some of the Yao fish leaders and told them to gather this rare grass. The next day, Zhao Feng had 30 to 40 purple scaled grass in his hands. The speed at which he gathered the purple scaled grass surpassed the speed at which he used them. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's new bloodline ability had become even stronger. With just a thought, a layer of dark purple scales would appear on the surface of his body. The purple scales became more and more condensed. Its defensive power has been strengthened to twice its original level. Furthermore, This bloodline defense has merged directly into my body and doesn't affect my water bloodline. Zhao Feng felt that his body, especially his defense, had increased by a large amount. All of this was obviously seen by the geniuses near the Purple Smoke Lake. A day and a half had passed since the opening of the demonic Forgotten Garden. There were 20 to 30 geniuses gathered near the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng's harvest made the geniuses of the sacred lands jealous and envious. However, the army of the water race under Zhao Feng's control was becoming bigger and bigger, enough to scare most of the geniuses of the sacred lands. 20 ancient crocodiles, 300 to 400 Yao fish. The female beast tamer looked at Zhao Feng as if he wasn't human. In a corner of the lake, a measly small origin core realm took 90% of the purple scaled grass. His army took most of the purple scaled grass and other treasures. We didn't even get to eat the bones. 5 or 6 geniuses of the sacred lands gathered together. These people were filled with hatred and unwillingness as they looked at the army of water race on the Purple Smoke Lake. 2 of them had reached the great origin core realm. One was a wrinkled male, and the other was a youth that specialized in the Tao of the Sword. The wrinkled male specialized in the Tao of ghost corpses and controlled an army of 100 skeletons. 8 of them were at the origin core realm, and one was a golden sovereign lord. Chapter 641. Senior Martial Brother Joe, you come from the Thousand Darkness sacred sect and specialize in the Tao of the soul. Only you can deal with that brat. A genius from a 2-star sect suggested. Hearing this, the other geniuses from the other sacred lands all agreed. Even the youth at the Sovereign Lord level nodded in agreement. Zhao Feng came from the 3-star Mystic True sacred clan, and normal geniuses from 2-star sects didn't dare to offend him. Everyone's eyes landed on the wrinkled senior Martial Brother Joe. Okay. Senior Martial Brother Joe's eyes flashed. Amongst these people, he was the most experienced and powerful. Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng sat on the ancient crocodile, and many demonic fish were active in the nearby waters. For now, he didn't dare to go deep into the Purple Smoke Lake, so he only searched around the perimeter of the lake. According to the information, there are even more powerful beasts in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake, including the legendary mermaid race and the mysterious palace at the bottom of the lake. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. His first step was to search around the perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of demonic fish searched for treasures in the nearby waters. The purple scaled grass was still his main target. Although most of the other treasures were also valuable, they couldn't increase Zhao Feng's strength in a short period of time. 58, 60, 63. Zhao Feng counted the purple scaled grass that he had obtained. For now, he had used more than 30 purple scaled grass, which combined with the ancient dream realm aura, created a defensive bloodline. His thoughts moved. A layer of dark purple scales appeared on Zhao Feng's body, as if he was wearing a close-fitting scaled armor. This defensive bloodline only increases defense and physical strength, but it doesn't have any offensive abilities. However, this bloodline can make it easier for me to merge into the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng found an unexpected benefit. After all, the purple scaled grass was a product of the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng had used a large amount of purple scaled grass, and this defensive bloodline was more suitable for the water, especially the Purple Smoke Lake. Now, even if Zhao Feng was in Purple Smoke Lake, the aquatic creatures in the lake would not treat him as an outsider. Imperceptibly, the pressure of being hated was reduced by more than half. I'll enter the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake after I've collected a total of 100 stalks of purple scaled grass. Zhao Feng calculated in his heart, just as he was thinking. Poof! On the other side of the lake, a thick, dragon-shaped skeleton floated on the surface of the water. It carried 5 or 6 people and approached them. Ghost corpse secret art? Zhao Feng turned to look. There were 5 or 6 geniuses from the sacred lands standing on the dragon-shaped skeleton. The 2 leading supremacies were Withered Face Senior Brother Jiu and the other young man. The other 4 were at the late stage and peak small origin core realms. This group of people came menacingly, their eyes flashing with greed. TSK, Junior surnamed Zhao. You've monopolized a large amount of purple scale grass, monopolizing a large area of precious materials and treasures. You've really made us envious. Senior Brother Jiu said in a strange tone, "What do you want?" Zhao Feng's sharp gaze was like a cold blade. The people on the dragon-shaped skeleton all felt a coldness. With Zhao Feng's current bloodline, just a glance from him could pressure normal sovereigns. "What do we want?" "We want to buy some purple scale grass." Senior Brother Jiu wasn't scared. With his middle stage great origin core realm cultivation and his knowledge of the Tao of the soul, he wasn't scared of a small origin core realm with talent in the soul. Buy? Zhao Feng squinted his eyes and scanned over these people. These people were obviously here to make trouble under the guise of buying. The value of purple scale grass was immeasurable in the outside world. 1 stalk of purple scale grass was worth close to a middle-grade, earth-grade weapon. To create a defensive bloodline, one would need at least a dozen or even 20 to be safe. How about this? We'll buy 1 stalk of purple scale grass for 10,000 high-grade primal crystal stones. Senior Brother Jiu said, 10,000 high-grade primal crystal stones. Some of the geniuses of the sacred grounds who were watching from the shore almost choked. 10,000 high-grade primal crystal stones probably couldn't even buy a single root of purple scale grass. This was blatant extortion. Fuck off. Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered with them. However, it was obvious that Senior Brother Jiu and company had come prepared. They hadn't left yet. Instead, they were causing trouble nearby. For example, they were disrupting the movements of the demonic fish so that Zhao Feng couldn't take them. A few of the demonic fish were slaughtered by these people. Humph. Zhao Feng's expression became grim, but he smiled instead of getting angry. That was fine. His goal was to dominate the Purple Smoke Lake, so he would use these people to establish his dominance. Go. With a thought, Zhao Feng controlled 20 ancient crocodiles to charge towards Senior Brother Jiu and company. The battle power of the 20 ancient crocodiles were all comparable to peak small origin core realms, and they charged forward at the same time. The expressions of Senior Brother Jiu and company changed dramatically. The 4 geniuses below the great origin core realm instantly started to panic. The ancient crocodiles had the advantage of being in the lake, and their charge instantly scattered everyone. Kill the leader! Senior Brother Jiu roared as 2 sovereign lords passed by the crocodiles and charged toward Zhao Feng. If they fought head-on against 20 crocodiles and hundreds of demonic fish, even the 2 sovereign lords would feel their scalps go numb. However, they understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Zhao Feng was the commander of this army. As long as they killed him, everything would collapse and they would be able to benefit from it. There was no simpler strategy than this. The 2 great origin core realm sovereign lords charged toward Zhao Feng one after the other. The sword Dao youth was at the front, and he was responsible for charging. Senior Martial Brother Jiu controlled the sovereign Lord Golden Skeleton, and at the same time he used a Soul Dao secret technique to try and disrupt Zhao Feng's control over the army. Not good. On the shore, the female beast tamer's eyes were filled with unwillingness. As a beast tamer, she knew best that cultivators like her who practiced the Tao control were most afraid of the strong enemy's decapitation strategy. How could Zhao Feng safely retreat from the attacks of 2 sovereign lord-level geniuses? Appear! Zhao Feng sat still as a black flag appeared in his hand. Shwa! With a wave of the black flag, the 100 cursed corpses appeared. Thick, gray smoke accompanied by the ghost corpse's resentment enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. Sii. Just as the young swordsman got close, he was suppressed by the dense cloud of ghost flames. Countless bloodied hands reached out from the ghostly flames and reached into the sword Dao youth's body. At this moment, each of Zhao Feng's cursed ghost corpses had reached the half-step origin core realm, and they had merged with the aura of the ancient dream realm. The swordsman had just charged in, and his body felt cold. His essence, qi, and soul were constantly being drained. His battle prowess was instantly weakened by 30 to 40%. Moreover, as time passed, his combat strength would continue to weaken. After 10 breaths of time, he might turn into a pile of bones. Curse of 100 corpses? Watch me! Senior apprentice brother Ju laughed evilly and controlled the golden skeleton to charge into the ghost corpse curse. The golden skeleton charged into the curse formation and was not affected much. So, the ghost corpse curse didn't have much of an effect on dead creatures that were also ghost corpses. Furthermore, this golden skeleton was at the great origin core realm. As such, Zhao Feng still had to face a complete High Lord and a weakened High Lord sword cultivator. As long as I can successfully decapitate him in a short period of time, I'll be able to kill him. Everything can be broken. Senior brother Jio's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, in the next instant, a scream came from the 100 corpses cursed formation. Ah! The young man was cut by a dark purple blade of light that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Blade of purple destruction. The dark purple blade in Zhao Feng's hand released an aura of destruction and slashed toward the young man. Although the youth was at the early stage Great Origin Core realm and his battle power was stronger than normal sovereign lords, his senses were greatly restricted in the cursed array. How? The sword Dao youth's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Zhao Feng have the energy to attack him while controlling the array? Furthermore, the attack was extremely fast. Of course, he didn't know that Zhao Feng cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, which allowed him to control the ghost corpse cursed formation with one hand and attack with the other. Whoosh! After his attack succeeded, Zhao Feng's figure vanished. The sword Dao youth's figure started to sway, and he wanted to escape, but he was surrounded by thick clouds of ghost flames. Being fatally injured, the sword Dao youth wouldn't be able to break through in a short amount of time. His great origin core realm energy was quickly drained away, becoming fertilizer for the cursed array. Within the ghost corpse cursed formation, Zhao Feng only needed to face the golden skeleton, which was at the sovereign lord level. Purple destruction, wind, lightning whip. A dark purple whip condensed in Zhao Feng's hand that was even more condensed than before and wrapped around the golden skeleton with a bam. The power of the Dao of lightning countered ghost corpses. On top of that, Zhao Feng's purple destruction wind lightning contained an aura of destruction. The core within his body had completely crystallized, and it was comparable to a sovereign lord. The purple destruction Triyuan was even closer to the origin of the ancient dream realm, and its power had surpassed the limits of its original form. Whoosh! Black smoke rose from the golden skeleton as it struggled with all its might. Kneel! Zhao Feng roared as he thrust his palm toward the golden skeleton. His physical strength was like that of a giant beast. At this moment, Zhao Feng's state of existence was close to that of a king, but his physical strength had surpassed logic with the help of the ancient dream realm aura, the heart blood essence, and the purple scaled grass. He thrust out his palm, and a surge of ancient bloodline aura radiated from it. Creak! The golden skeleton was suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. The pressure spread from its body to its consciousness. Ice Imperial Seal. A crystal-like seal appeared on Zhao Feng's other palm, and the ice imperial power enveloped the golden skeleton. Sizzle! Sizzle! A layer of frost appeared on the golden skeleton's body under the pressure of the extreme cold. Plop! The golden skeleton was pressed onto the surface of the ancient crocodile by Zhao Feng. Brat, don't even think about it. Senior Martial Brother Jiu's expression changed dramatically as he roared. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the curse of 100 corpses and charged in to save his golden skeleton. That was a sovereign, lord-level, ghostly skeleton. Humph. Zhao Feng didn't bother with it. He merged with the Ice Imperial Spear and unleashed the full power of his ice-water bloodline. Sizzle! The golden skeleton's body turned into ice, and it was soon placed in a 6-sided crystal seal. Stop! Senior Martial Brother Jiu leaped over and slammed his palm onto Zhao Feng's body. However, Zhao Feng didn't move. Wang, a layer of dark purple scales appeared on his body, as if he was a dragon scale warrior. Pum! The palm of a great origin core realm seemed to have hit him. Chapter 642. What? Senior Martial Brother Jiu exclaimed as his palm landed on Zhao Feng, but the latter didn't move an inch. Even if he specialized in the Tao of the Soul and his close combat abilities were average, this was still the full power palm of a sovereign lord. Wang, a layer of dark purple scales appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and his defense had reached a level that even sovereign lords would be scared of. The defensive bloodline of the purple scaled grass made use of Zhao Feng's powerful body to the extreme. If it were a sovereign with a normal body, no matter how much purple scaled grass they ate, they wouldn't have such an effect. Seal! Zhao Feng still didn't bother with Senior Martial Brother Jiu as he circulated his bloodline power and completely sealed the golden skeleton. The golden skeleton lost the ability to struggle. Next, a strong surge of eye bloodline power appeared in Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, and wisps of purple destruction lightning fire started to appear in his left eye. Whoosh! Black smoke rose from the frozen golden skeleton, and the flames in its eye sockets became chaotic and fearful. See! Senior Martial Brother Jiu, who was connected to Zhao Feng's soul, couldn't help but groan. Under the effect of the purple destruction eye flame that could penetrate both material and soul, the mental imprint that came from the golden skeleton was being rapidly worn away. Don't even think about it. Senior Martial Brother Jiu saw through Zhao Feng's intentions and became enraged. A dark flame surged from his body and wrapped around Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he focused on wiping away the mental energy imprint on the golden skeleton. Within the dimension of his left eye, the eye bloodline lake had reached a radius of 800 yards. Over the past year or so, Zhao Feng had been cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, refining his soul and absorbing an ocean of ancient dream realm aura. His soul was only slightly weaker than a half-step king. It was even more condensed than a normal half-step king. And this was all because of the ancient dream realm aura and the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Therefore, in terms of the soul, Zhao Feng had an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, he was using the god's spiritual eye to unleash the power of the purple destruction eye flame, which suppressed the Tao of ghost corpses. Poof! Senior Brother Jiu's attack was even more powerful, striking Zhao Feng once again. The surface of Zhao Feng's purple scaly skin caved in a little, but it quickly recovered. You should know, Zhao Feng didn't just have this kind of defensive bloodline. He also had the water bloodline, which was top-notch in terms of defense and healing. Even if Senior Brother Jiu's attack was twice as strong and could cause some damage to Zhao Feng, it would still be useless before Zhao Feng's powerful recovery ability. 20%, 30%, 40%, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye quickly erased Senior Brother Jiu's mental imprint on the golden skeleton. Meanwhile, he was multitasking and even used the Dark Heart Seal to enslave the golden skeleton. A supreme Lord-level skeleton. In the future, the 100 cursed corpses will have a leader. The skeletal division leader within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl was extremely excited. It could sense what was happening outside through the Dark Heart Seed. Stop! Senior Martial Brother Jiu was enraged and even took out his weapon to attack Zhao Feng even more fiercely. However, he found that his attacks were becoming weaker and weaker. The ghost corpse cursed formation was constantly devouring his energy and soul. Arg. Under the power of the ghost corpse cursed formation, the sword cultivator was reduced to a puddle of blood. He let out a miserable shriek as he died. Senior brother Jiu felt a coldness spread through his body. A strong sense of danger caused his face to turn pale. His battle power was weakened to 60 to 70%. Even though he was proficient in the soul path and had strong resistance, he couldn't withstand it. If I don't run now, there won't be any hope. Senior brother Joe's scalp went numb. The blue-haired youth was like a dragon-scaled beast. He was a sovereign lord, but he couldn't injure him at all. 60%, 70%, 80%, Zhao Feng's speed became faster and faster. Run! Senior brother Jiu was scared out of his wits. Once Zhao Feng was free, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't follow in the footsteps of the youth. This new core disciple of the mystic, true, sacred clan might be one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land, who, within the ghost corpse cursed array, a thick cloud of ghostly flames enveloped senior brother Jiu. 80%, 90%, 100%. Zhao Feng's purple destruction eye flame had successfully erased the mark on the golden skeleton, and the dark heart seal was about to be completed. So, senior brother Jiu used a secret technique and turned into a ghastly figure that barely managed to escape the range of the ghost corpse cursed array. However, in the next instant, he faced the charge of more than a dozen ancient crocodiles and many demonic fish. Pung! 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 Senior brother Jiu's Yuan Qi was quickly expended as he fought his way out. He done. Zhao Feng used the Dark Heart Seal to successfully enslave the golden skeleton. His Dark Heart Seal didn't just work on humans and beasts. It was also effective on ghost corpses. Whoosh! The golden skeleton charged out of the ghost corpse cursed array and attacked senior brother Jiu from behind. Damn it! Senior brother Jiu gritted his teeth in anger. The sovereign monster that he had raised for more than a dozen years was instantly taken by his opponent. The humiliation left a shadow in his heart. At the same time, arg, the other 4 core disciples died under the attacks of the ancient crocodiles and demonic fish. Their bodies were dragged into the ghost corpse cursed array. This scene made senior brother Jiu tremble in fear. So, from the beginning to the end, Zhao Feng was fighting on multiple fronts. He had at least 3 fronts. On the first front, he controlled the ancient crocodiles and demonic fish to capture the other 4 core disciples. On the second front, he controlled the ghost corpse cursed array to suppress the youth who cultivated the sword Dao. On the third front, he erased the golden skeleton's mark. Of course, the third front was the most important, and it took up most of Zhao Feng's energy. Right now, Zhao Feng controlled the golden skeleton to chase after senior brother Jiu. Next to the lake, the core disciples of the sacred land had their mouths open. Grandmaster control. His strength is comparable to the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. The female beast tamer's eyes were filled with shock. The geniuses of the sacred grounds could only watch as their senior brother Jiu lost both his wife and his men. On a hidden hill near the Smoky Wave Lake, 3 or 4 core disciples were gathered together. If Zhao Feng was present, he would definitely recognize that these core disciples came from the mystic, true, sacred clan. The one leading them was one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land, Qin Yilin. Senior brother Qin, Zhao Feng has the strength to kill Jiu Maji and company in one fell swoop. Zhang Fan said in disbelief. One had to know that Jiu Maji's cultivation had reached the middle stages of the great origin core realm, and he had a sovereign lord golden skeleton. His battle power was comparable to the top 10 geniuses. On top of that, the youth who cultivated the Tao of the sword also came from a famous clan in the true martial sacred land. Such a team had been defeated by Zhao Feng alone. almost completely annihilated. We've underestimated Zhao Feng. Chen Yilin had a solemn expression. Their group had hidden here in hopes of watching Zhao Feng's show. This means that we won't be able to help and have the initiative to negotiate with Zhao Feng. The other early-stage Great Origin Core Realm Genius said in a deep tone. Chen Yilin and company also saw how Zhao Feng controlled the army of the water race. Their original plan was to wait for Zhao Feng to suffer and run into danger before helping him and taking control of the situation. If they wanted to take over the Purple Smoke Lake and obtain the treasures, Zhao Feng's army would be of great use. Right at this moment, Arg! One of Senior Brother Jiu's arms was sliced off by the golden skeleton. This was mainly because he was weakened in the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array. His strength had dropped to 50 to 60%, and he was being harassed by the ancient crocodile and the Yao fish. Finally, Senior Apprentice Brother Jiu sacrificed an arm to escape. This Zhao Feng is too ruthless. He killed several core disciples of the Sacred Lands. He's from a 3-star sect, and he killed them in self-defense. Those 2-star sects can't do anything to him. The geniuses of the Sacred Lands next to the lake were filled with wariness and respect for Zhao Feng. Not only was Zhao Feng strong and decisive, but he also had the 3-star Mystic True Sacred Clan behind him. After this battle, although Zhao Feng had lost some of his subordinates, he had gained a lot. His Ghost Corpse Cursed Array had absorbed the essence and soul of several sovereigns and even sovereign lords. Furthermore, enslaving a sovereign lord golden skeleton and putting it into the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array was like adding wings to a tiger. After resting for an hour, Zhao Feng controlled the water race army and started to replenish their forces. His army wasn't just limited to the crocodile and Yao fish. It also included other creatures, such as the water Yao snake and water cuttlefish. This kind of water-kind army had all kinds of functions, such as attacking, defending, scouting, logistics, assassination, and so on. Half a day later, Zhao Feng's army had 700 to 800 soldiers. 60% of them were Yao fish, and there were 20 to 30 ancient crocodiles. The terrifying strength of this army made the geniuses of the sacred grounds tremble in fear. So scary. This Zhao Feng probably wants to dominate the Purple Smoke Lake and monopolize the resources here. The geniuses around the Purple Smoke Lake tried their best to avoid Zhao Feng. Everyone had seen what happened to Brother Jiu and the others. Under Zhao Feng's control, such a large army harvested all sorts of treasures in an orderly manner. Zhao Feng's wealth was also getting stronger. Just the harvest in the past half a day had already surpassed some half-step kings. At the same time, the number of purple scaled grass was also increasing. 81, 83, Zhao Feng counted. He had already used 30 to 40 purple scaled grass, and he felt that the effects were getting worse. But this was within reason. No external force could increase one's strength limitlessly. Even the aura of the ancient dream realm was no exception. Bo, bo, bo. The sound of footsteps came from the surface of the lake. Chen Yilin and a few other core disciples moved closer to Zhao Feng. Junior Martial Brother Zhao. Chen Yilin spoke with a smile. Zhao Feng controlled his army and opened up a path for Chen Yilin and company to approach. He wasn't very wary of other disciples from the sacred clan. Before entering the demigod Forgotten Garden, the Regulations Elder had given the order that the disciples of the sacred clan were not allowed to kill each other. Senior Martial Brother Chen, what can I do for you? Zhao Feng smiled as he glanced at Chen Yilin and Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's expression was slightly awkward, and he remained silent. Life was just like that. Back when the three of them met in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, they never would have thought that they would have the chance to work together in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Junior Martial Brother Zhao. Chen Yilin spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. Although your army is strong, it's not enough if you want to obtain the true treasures in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake. You have to know that there are legendary mermaids in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake, and there are even king-level existences. Chapter 643. What does Senior Brother Chun suggest? Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that Chun Yilin could tell that he was after the deepest part of the Purple Smoke Lake. This meant that Chun Yilin had the same ambition. The depths of the Purple Smoke Lake could be said to be a forbidden area in the demigod Forgotten Garden. It wasn't just because there were many powerful beasts in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake. Another important point was the mermaid clan. The mermaid race was a legendary race that originated from the ancient times. They were gifted, and their intelligence was not much lower than that of humans. From the analysis of the past information, the mermaid race had a large population and could be said to be a small kingdom. The mermaid clan even had a king-level mermaid king. In the past, not many people dared to enter the mermaid kingdom when the demigod Forgotten Garden opened. Even void god realm kings would find it hard to fight against the entire mermaid kingdom. I hope that Junior Brother Zhao can consider the bigger picture and work with us to mine resources in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake. In the mermaid kingdom, the magical mermaid tears are even more valuable than the purple scale grass. Chun Yilin said solemnly, "Mermaid tears? Is that all?" Zhao Feng had a faint smile on his face. Everyone had information on the demigod Forgotten Garden, not to mention that they were all from the mystic true sacred sect. Mermaid tears were indeed more valuable than purple scaled grass. The purple scaled grass was mainly used to target one's physique and bloodline. Mermaid tears, on the other hand, had an effect on the soul. Apparently, mermaid tears were formed from the tears of mermaids over a long period of time. They could purify the soul and help one comprehend the void god realm. Just this point alone was enough to create a fatal temptation for anyone below the king realm. Besides that, the mermaid tear crystal could heal serious wounds on the soul, mend the shadow of the heart, and expel the heart demon. It was even a water element treasure that could be used to refine soul path defensive equipment. I won't hide it from you. Chun Yilin looked deeply at Zhao Feng. If the timing is right, it would be best if we could enter the palace at the bottom of the lake. The palace at the bottom of the lake. The eyes of the mystic true sacred clan disciples lit up. According to the information, the palace at the bottom of the lake had been guarded by the mermaid clan for generations. Rumor has it that the palace at the bottom of the lake is the secret brewing hall of the demigod. It has the legendary Fountain of Youth and illusion god wine. In the past, the mermaid race specially brewed wine for that demigod. Chun Yilin paused. He believed that Zhao Feng also knew about these rumors, because thousands of years ago, a genius from the sacred land entered the demigod Forgotten Garden and fell in love with the princess of the mermaid race. Furthermore, under the mermaid princess's guidance, he stole the Fountain of Youth and the illusion god wine. That genius from the sacred land had become a king a few years after leaving the demigod Forgotten Garden. Right now, that genius of the sacred ground was already a void god realm emperor of a certain sect in the sacred ground. All of this was thanks to the immortal spring wine and the illusionary god wine. The immortal spring water and illusion god wine were legendary immortal brews, even in the vast fan universe. The immortal springs wine can increase one state of existence by 1,000 years. The illusion god wine can allow one to enter a profound state of emptiness for a short period of time and allow primal core realm cultivators to comprehend the intent of kings. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. The information that Chun Yilin had obtained was basically the same as his. As long as one could obtain both the Immortal Springs wine and the Illusion God wine, even a normal sovereign would have a high chance of becoming a void god realm king. The Immortal Springs wine could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. With this much time and the increase in one's state of existence, there was basically nothing to worry about. In comparison, Zhao Feng was more interested in the Illusion God wine, but it would be best if he could obtain both at the same time. Of course, the palace at the bottom of the lake was also very dangerous. Even kings would find it hard to break through the barrier of the mermaid kingdom. The only way was to outsmart them, and that depended on luck. Junior Marshall brother Zhao, what do you think? Chun Yilin smiled faintly and said, cooperating is obviously not a problem, but how do we split the benefits? Zhao Feng wasn't an idiot. With the help of one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land and Jiangfan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, they were indeed a strong team. How about this, Junior Marshall brother Zhao? Help us get 50 purple scaled grass to increase our strength and make our auras more compatible with the purple smoke lake. Secondly, the powerful beasts in the depths of the purple smoke lake are not to be underestimated. The rewards on the way, including the mermaid tears, will be split 30 to 70. Junior Marshall brother Zhao will get 30%, and the other 70% will be split between the 5 of us. If we're lucky enough to enter the palace at the bottom of the lake, what we get inside will depend on our own abilities. Chun Yilin gave the general details. Junior Marshall brother Zhao will get 30%, and the 5 of us will only get 70%. Zhang Fan seemed to be slightly unhappy. In terms of per capita, Zhao Feng had the majority. Ha ha ha, you guys get 70%, I get 30%, and I have to give you 50 purple scaled grass? Hearing that, Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. Putting aside the 70% split, it was extremely difficult for normal sacred land geniuses to get more than a dozen purple scaled grass, and they would face life-threatening situations. Furthermore, as for the most crucial treasure, the Lake Bottom Palace, Chun Yilin suggested that they should split it according to their own abilities. Junior Marshall brother Zhao, you're alone. Don't be too greedy. Chun Yilin's eyebrows furrowed. That's right. We need to deal with the powerful beasts and mermaids in the depths of the purple smoke lake. The other core, disciples chimed in. Zhao Feng smiled coldly and shook his head. Then, Junior Marshall brother, what do you suggest? Chun Yilin was unhappy, but he did need Zhao Feng's army. It was too difficult to gather purple scaled grass alone, and it was a waste of time. You have to take out treasures of relative value to exchange for purple scaled grass. As for what you get on the way, it all depends on you. Everything I get from the army belongs to me. Zhao Feng said decisively. Hearing that, Chun Yilin and company were obviously unwilling. After all, there were many people in Zhao Feng's army, and they would definitely take 90% of the treasures. On the purple smoke lake, Zhao Feng and Chun Yilin's side discussed for a while, but there was no result. Preposterous! Chun Yilin waved his sleeves and left with the core disciples. On the shore, the core disciples of the other sects were startled. Obviously, the negotiations for this cooperation had failed. Zhao Feng didn't care. He controlled the beast army and slowly pushed into the depths of the purple smoke lake. The amount of purple scaled grass he obtained was also accumulating. A few hours later, there was a total of 100 purple scaled grass. Apart from the 30 to 40 that Zhao Feng used himself, there were still 60 left. However, the purple scaled grass was useless to Zhao Feng and couldn't strengthen his defensive bloodline. At this moment, Zhao Feng's focus was on the depths of the purple smoke lake. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts in the purple smoke lake were. Zhao Feng's army suffered heavy losses, and the weak were eliminated. However, Zhao Feng's progress was still slow, and there was a lot of resistance. There were many groups of beasts in the depths of the lake. Some groups of the water race were even stronger than Zhao Feng's army. His dark heart seal couldn't be used endlessly either. Half a day later, a powerful aura appeared from the lake ahead. Boom! Amidst the surging waves, a gigantic water monster the size of a small mountain split off countless tentacles and opened its huge mouth as it charged over. Water monster. Zhao Feng was stunned. The monster's battle power was at least comparable to a peak Great Origin Core realm, and it was even close to a half-step king. Under normal circumstances, his marine army would be crushed by the enormous water monster head-on. Eye of Ice Soul. Zhao Feng couldn't hold back anymore and used his eye bloodline technique. An icy chill enveloped the tentacle water monster's mind, causing it to slow down. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng's blue hair blew in the wind as a strong soul eye bloodline power surged from his left eye, and a cold aura entered the soul dimension. Amidst the waves, the mountain-sized body of the monster suddenly froze and started to struggle. This monster's strength is probably comparable to the limitless ocean whale from before. If I fight it head-on, I'll suffer heavy losses. Zhao Feng had no path of retreat, so he could only try to control it. However, the life force of the tentacled monster was too big, and Zhao Feng's Dark Heart Seal met with strong resistance. A few breaths later, Zhao Feng's Dark Heart Seal had failed. However, he didn't give up and used a second eye bloodline technique. Eye of Illusion. The consciousness of the monster was instantly sucked away. A few breaths later, the tentacled monster was exhausted and it struggled less. Zhao Feng had tortured its consciousness for several days in the illusion dimension. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng once again used his soul eye bloodline technique. This time, the tentacled monster's resistance was extremely low, and it was easily enslaved by Zhao Feng. Whew! Zhao Feng let out a breath. This tentacled monster was the strongest creature he currently controlled. Under normal situations, even a few sovereign lords would find it hard to defeat a tentacled monster. After obtaining this tentacled monster, Zhao Feng's speed increased. Even some normal tribes would retreat when they met tentacled monsters. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to attack. Of course, most of the time, Zhao Feng had the tentacled monster hide at the bottom of the lake as a killing move. He advanced another few dozen miles. Zhao Feng successfully enslaved 2 large water pythons, both of which had ancient bloodlines. The battle power of these 2 pythons was at least at the late-stage Great Origin Core realm, comparable to Senior Martial Brother Jiu. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's army was starting to take shape. 1 tentacled monster, 2 giant water pythons, and dozens of ancient crocodiles. Zhao Feng did a rough count. His water tribe army numbered more than 1,000. 600 to 700 of them were powerful Yao fish, and their battle power was comparable to a half-step Origin Core realm. Apart from the crocodiles, there were also some other beasts with special abilities. I can try to head to the Mermaid Kingdom now. The second step of Zhao Feng's plan was complete. With his army, he wouldn't need to fear any other tribes apart from the Mermaid Kingdom. Bo, bo, bo. 10 miles behind the marine race army, the sound of footsteps on the water surface could be heard. There was a total of more than a dozen geniuses from the sacred land, and they all had wicked auras. Senior Martial Brother Jiu, who had lost an arm, was among them. Senior Martial Brother 2, that brat's army is right in front of us. Senior Martial Brother Jiu gritted his teeth. The leader was a bald-headed giant with black scales. He was ugly and fierce like a butcher.